an environmental conference, and I think many of you probably already know what a TIPO is and what we do, but just in case you don't, so Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, that's the acronym. We say TIPO because the state historic preservation officers are called SHPO, and TIPO just sounds better than THIPO. Although some people do say THIPO, but that makes me nails on a blackboard for me. But so this is from the national or the NAFPO website. So NAFPO is the National Association of TIPOs. I'm the chair of the board at NAFPO. And this is our definition of TIPOs and their responsibilities. And this is sort of the legal or like the statutory description of what TIPOs do. I mentioned state historic preservation officers. They are responsible for doing consultation and making decisions about projects or initiatives or what have you that could affect state historic resources. TIPOs do the same thing, but they do it for tribal lands. And technically, TIPO's authority is only on tribal trust lands, so lands within a reservation boundary or lands within a tribal trust boundary. And we work with federal agencies, local agencies, state agencies, and project developers, whoever it is that's doing the building or the project. And we consult on the best ways to protect tribal historic properties. We also work on cultural revitalization projects, education, language, repatriation under NAGPRA, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. And even though our authority is only within tribal trust land boundaries, we still have the responsibility often on behalf of the tribes we work for to consult on projects that take place within tribal traditional, historic, or ancestral lands. So even though Paula, for example, is only about a 13,000 acre reservation, and that's where my authority extends as the TIPO, I consult on projects throughout San Diego and Riverside counties because those are the ancestral lands of the Kupangawachum and the Payonkwachum. And there are effects on properties that, or on cultural sites that are outside of reservation or tribal land boundaries. So that's a really, really important part of our job. And even though there are not as many TIPOs as there are tribes, there are approximately 200 TIPOs, 574 federally recognized tribes. Most tribes have a person on their staff who is responsible for doing this. Consultation is required under law with Native American tribes under the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106, with every single federally recognized tribe. And in states like California, they also consult with non-federally recognized tribes. So that's TIPOs, that's what we do. And I mentioned this, that we're responsible for consulting on impacts to tribal cultural resources. So here's a picture of some bedrock mortars where acorn and other plant foods would have been ground as part of preparation for consumption. So this is a tribal cultural resource. I don't like the phrase tribal cultural resource, but that's what is in the language of the statutes of California, and it's the language that tends to be used in consultation. Which leads us to the question, what are tribal cultural resources? In that previous photo, that would be considered an archaeological resource. It's a physical resource. But this is really where the traditional ecological knowledge comes in, and we have to educate people about what that means and how far it goes beyond just an archaeological resource or an artifact or even human remains. So, as I mentioned, not just archaeological sites. Now, archaeological sites, of course, are important, but the thing that ends up getting the most attention is the archaeological sites because you can see them. They are tangible, they are touchable. Now, here's an example of rock art. That is something that people can see, and so they know that it's there. Bedrock mortars, you see them, you know that they're there. Any sort of monumental architecture. I was just in Arizona last week and I visited what the National Park Service calls Montezuma Castle. It has nothing to do with the Aztecs or Montezuma. It's in Camp Verde, right outside the Yavapai Apache Reservation. People go and visit that because they can see it. It's archaeology. It's obvious that that is a cultural site. But there are many, 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 many tribal cultural resources under the umbrella of TEK that are not as easily identifiable. So we have resources that are both tangible, the things you can touch and see, and things that are intangible. And this is a picture from Chaco Canyon with the sun setting through these doorways. And this is an example of both tangible and intangible cultural resources. The tangible being the architecture that you can see, the intangible being the cultural or spiritual value attached with aligning doorways towards the setting sun at a certain time of the year. This is an astronomical kind of value. It's a seasonal kind of value, but it's also a traditional knowledge kind of value that if the architecture wasn't there, you wouldn't see the importance of this site or the importance of this day. Let's say, I'm not sure what day this photo was taken, but if this is the summer solstice, this is something that is an intangible cultural value that may need to be protected and preserved. When it comes to tribal ecological knowledge, tribal cultural resources are tribal ecological knowledge. Because as I said at the beginning, ecological knowledge, cultural knowledge, people and nature, they are one and the same. They cannot be separated. So plants, that's something that we might protect as TIPOs because this is white sage. White sage is a very important plant. It's used for many, many different things in many different tribes across the United States. Or there's other plants that are used in the same way that fall under the umbrella of sage. This is Salvia apiana. This is the white sage in California. And of course, we're now hearing, as some of you may have heard, that white sage is under threat because people are harvesting it by taking entire plants and then selling it so that it's in the regular marketplace. It's become this sort of new age spiritual value that you should smudge yourself, and it's having a tremendously damaging impact on natural stands of white sage. I will put a link in the chat to more information about that when I am done with this presentation. But if there's a sage field and it's going to be threatened by development, that's something that I, as a TIPO, can say, I want to protect that. Or I want you to do mitigation where you plant a field elsewhere or give us some land where we can grow sage since you're going to be destroying this area where it's growing naturally. Animals are a tribal cultural resource. If there is an impact to an animal species that is important culturally, then that's something else that we as TIPOs can say, we want protection for this. You know, here's an American bison. We don't have those here in California, but there are species that others might think of as nuisance species that are actually important in Impala and other tribes in California. Coyote, bobcat, mountain lion, eagles. You know, some of these animals have their own federal protections, but it's important to acknowledge and to say in the process of consultation, these animals are also cultural resources. They are part of tribal traditions. They show up in stories about creation. And so you cannot separate them from the traditional imprint in the traditional lives of people on this land. And I mentioned stories, the same thing. Sometimes there are landscapes where a person who doesn't know any better is going to look around and say, okay, there's nothing here. There's no archaeological sites. There's no sage or oak tree. There's no animal that's going to be threatened by this development. So what's the story? You know, can we go on? Can we do our project here? And the TIPO might say, well, this is actually a sacred landscape that appears in an origin story. And this is an actual example from a project that I worked on with many other Luiseno tribes for many years, which was to protect a site that had a really important wetland on it and an area surrounding it that was part of the origin story. And if there had been houses and everything built on that entire site, it would have altered irrevocably, destroyed the sacred nature of that landscape. So we were able to work on that and say, even though you don't see anything here that you think is important, it is important because this is where a really important thing in the origins of the people occurred. So we were able to protect parts of that site to be able to maintain that for people to be able to experience. That's not tangible, but it's still important. The sky can be important if you're talking about projects that might have an impact on a view shed. If there's a place towards which people have to look at certain times of year or during certain prayers or ceremonies, and that view is interrupted by, say, a bunch of wind turbines, something like that, then that is an impact on a cultural resource. The same thing with water, and I'm sure you can think of examples of your own. It's not just the water itself, it's the fish, the plants, the people who are nourished by those waters. We all know that water is sacred, water is life. That is a cultural resource. And I mentioned landscapes as well. Landscapes are cultural resources. They are all cultural resources, and they're all part of tribal ecological knowledge. They are all tied in together. So the way to sum this up is to say that tribal historic preservation is the preservation of tribal ecological knowledge, tribal indigenous knowledge, tribal scientific knowledge. You cannot have one without the other, and they should not be considered separately, which is why I am both the environmental director and the TIPO at Paula. We consider these things together. All right, that's my time. I want to thank you so much for listening, and I think that we're probably going to have questions at the end of everybody's presentation. And I will put my information in the chat, and I will link to that information about White Sage that I mentioned. And I look forward to having a conversation with you after the other presentation.
Hey, I hope they don't make us a TIPO director here either.
Sean, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Shasta. Yeah, I don't see any questions in the chat box right this second, but we can accumulate them during the next couple of presentations if that's all right. And if there are any questions at the end, Shasta will still be on, right? And then you can ask questions then. So let's go ahead and go to our next presenter this morning, Brian Burkhart from the Native Nations Center at the University of Oklahoma. Brian, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Let me do this sharing again. I did it before, a little too early, but anyway. Okay, make sure those both share. Okay. Okay, can people see my PowerPoint? It's sharing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I really appreciate the first speaker. That was really great information. What I'm going to present is a little bit different because I want to kind of talk about some of the work that we're doing in the Native Nations Center at the University of Oklahoma. First, Sionagad Galieli Ganchidena Floha, Brian Burkhart Dakodoa. My name is Brian Burkhart. I'm the director of the Native Nations Center at the University of Oklahoma, and I'm the citizen of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma from a little community, Jaybird. And I can tell you all about my own personal story in environmental philosophy. In particular, I have a recent book, 2019, called Indigenizing Philosophy Through the Land. I do a lot of work in my own research around indigenous concepts of land-based systems of knowledge and meaning and all kinds of things in that realm. But today I want to talk sort of more particularly about the work at the University of Oklahoma and the Native Nations Center and the kind of stuff particularly that we can provide to the community out there, to tribal partners, to tribal nations, to even, tribal elements of government agencies, tribal liaisons offices, all the kinds of stuff that impact Indian country, the various ways that we're doing collaborative projects to support that work. So that's kind of what I'm going to talk about and give an example that is in this sort of TIPO domain. So the Native Nations Center was founded in not able to go next. There we go. The Native Nations Center was founded in 2017, and we basically have two kinds of aspects of our work that are internally focused and externally focused. We spend a lot of time working with the community here at OU, particularly faculty, to try to provide them with a perspective that allows them better more successful sort of opportunities in really collaborating meaningfully with tribal nations, with Native people. So we do a lot of curriculum, a lot of listening sessions, workshops that are kind of internally facing, trying to reframe how people understand the notions of sovereignty and so on in building sort of respectful and reciprocal, meaningful relationships as researchers with Native nations. The other part of what we do is externally facing. And that is where we spend a lot of time trying to build relationships with tribal nations and tribal partners, particular, agencies within tribal nations, various nonprofits, whatever, to strengthen the institutional relationship that OU has to Native nations. And there's a lot that we've done in the last few years to kind of really bring that work to the next level. One of the things that we're able to do is our tribal liaison that we had in the Native Nations Center, we were able to get that position elevated to a senior level position in the university in the president's office. And this year hired Tana Fitzpatrick as the Associate Vice President of Tribal Relations. So we have a tribal relations officer in the president's office at the kind of highest level of the university doing that nation to nation interacting and so on, building cooperative, collaborative relationships at the highest level. Now, when it comes to the kind of work that we are doing in terms of the Native Nation Center itself and tribal partners, tribal nations, this particular project called TIPO Talk, Tribal Historical Preservation Talk, a podcast that we created, I kind of think of as an example of the kind of thing that we're focusing on, right? Rather than something that the Native Nation Center could come up with. Here's a project we like, here's some things we'd like to talk about, whatever, that we build out the tools and the resources and bring other people that have ideas and projects together and help and collaborate in putting out their ideas, their information, the things that they want people to hear about and talk about, and share that in ways that are meaningful to them. And so this Tribal Historical Preservation Officer talk is one of the examples of that. So we were approached by a number of tribal historical preservation officers or previous ones, other sorts of people working in tribes, particularly here in Oklahoma, Sheila Bird and Raylan Butler from the Muskogee Creek Nation and Deanna Bird from the Choctaw Nation, and a number of other people in various sort of TIPO roles in Oklahoma or even sort of nationally or across the country, kind of putting together this group to have a conversation about what it means to be a TIPO and what are the things going on kind of on the ground in the moment, talking with people in DC and so on. So you can listen to the content of these things. We have a number of episodes up already, and we've got a whole bunch more stuff recorded that we're processing to get out there. So you can get that information, click on Find TIPO Talk on, any of the podcasting sort of formats. But what I wanted to sort of talk about particularly was how we sort of put this together and to be able to sort of talk to people, at least sort of expose people to the possibilities of other things that we can do like this, or even in other, formats. It doesn't have to be just podcasts. There's lots of other things that we have the tools to produce, the equipment, these sorts of things to be able to collaborate with content that you all want to produce to be able to put it into something that you can share. Another thing that we're doing besides those collaborating with people, actually providing the equipment, doing those sorts of things, is also even just doing workshops. Mostly we've done them here at OU, even in the local community, at the library, doing podcasting workshops to be able to show people that there's a lot of this stuff you can do on your own without a lot of fancy equipment. I mean, we've got a lot of fancy equipment, but you can start with just GarageBand, a pretty simple mic, and so on, and you can get a decent podcast out in your community, in your particular department, and so on and so forth. So the Tipo Talk is kind of an example of one of those things that we've done, and we've got a lot of really interesting content that's been put together there, talking to a lot of people across the country in various kinds of historical preservation roles, from the government side, from the tribal side, and so on and so forth. I want to see if I can play this. I think I set it up to share. Just you can see a little sort of clip of one of our recording sessions that we did for one of the episodes. Let's see if I can get this to.
I think anybody who has been in these roles have not shed a tear sitting at these tables while representing your people and your interests, and you're trying to get your point across. And it is unexplainable how it happens. You don't even plan on it. Like, we walk in there, we're bold, and we're strong, and we're totally equipped with understanding the rules, and we know we have the support of our community, our tribes, but the minute you start talking about your ancestors, sometimes it's just an emotional breakdown, and I think it's just a humbling experience to be able to represent your people on that level.
So that was just a little clip of of us in action, in one of the recording sessions of the Tipo Talk. So part of what comes out of any one of these particular things, we try to think of the work that we do at the Native Nations Center around any particular kind of issue, like in this case, tribal historical preservation, whatever it might be, that it isn't just a one-off. It isn't just we come together and produce this content and share this information. We try to sort of create, ripples from that impact what's going on in our Native communities at every level. So what we're putting together around the Tipo Talk podcast, one of the things that we're doing is tribal historical preservation workshops and field trainings here at OU and some other places to sort of get some experts together to help new TIPOs or TIPO offices that are just starting, or even people that are thinking about trying to do this, to get some kind of on the ground training, some concept training, perhaps also some field training, some actual on the ground training. So that's one of the things we're trying to do, sort of professional development kinds of things that come out of this. Also, we are working on trying to help people produce, like we're saying, their own podcast, doing sort of podcasting workshops, reaching out to people even that are in the process of trying to create their own podcasts and advising them, even helping to do some of the production stuff and editing, any of the kinds of things that people need, on whatever content, not just around this, anything at all that's out there that people are trying to communicate on, we can sort of help. We also are developing a imprint from the University of Oklahoma Press, the Native Nations Press, our own kind of publication arm. And we're producing there not only sort of books in the traditional sense, but also a lot of digital material at all kinds of different levels. So that's another way that we want to be able to help tribal nations and departments even in tribal nations to be able to put out material that they need to the public, to sort of other TIPOs, whatever it is, so that some of the things that we're producing there are just guidebooks, handbooks, field guides, whatever it is that we hear, and kind of collaborate with people to produce those things. So those are also things that you all might find interesting, or want to participate in, in producing something in your area or whatever, that we can definitely help and would like to hear about what's going on there. On the other side, we're also trying to develop this in relationship to the university at large, not just getting this information out and professional development, those kinds of things, but also trying to think about the students and the future generations. So we're in the process of using the kind of TIPO talk and other things to then help develop curriculum in consultation with TIPOs and tribes, to try to produce curriculum that will allow students to go through that curriculum and be prepared to work in the TIPO field, or in those kinds of areas. And also then using that for student recruitment, some of these events, being able to bring students in and have something to talk to them about that is a career opportunity, that it isn't just, okay, I want to go to school, take some classes, I don't know what's going to happen. And talk about, here's some classes you can take, and here's some work that may or may not, already be happening in your tribe, that you can have some skills to be able to hopefully find a career in at the end of your time at the University of Oklahoma. So those are just kind of some examples of from one little thing like the TIPO talk, this collaboration, the kind of spirals that we like to kind of build out from that particular collaboration. And we want to think about every single thing that we do like that, right? That it isn't just one particular collaboration, whatever it is we're doing, that we do, professional development stuff, we do student stuff, we do all kinds of things that we can to sort of build a lot of resources and opportunities around whatever that thing is that we are able to, provide from the University of Oklahoma. So that's the basic thing that I wanted to share, and I've got a QR code you can scan to look at our website. Also, information about contacting us. Feel free, reach out, contact me directly by email, whatever, and questions, any kinds of things around this stuff at whatever level, even just some advice, or even thinking about some particular content that you would like to work on, that we might be able to help even just produce, as we're doing with the TIPO talk, right? This is not us, we're just sort of helping to get it out there, right? And we're happy to do that kind of support for this great work that's happening. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for Dr. Burkhart this morning? I don't see any in the chat box right this second, but we'll keep it open if for the rest of the presentations this morning, and then we can go back. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we can go back maybe when we're finished with the presentation this morning, and anybody that has any questions can ask. If there are no other questions, let's go ahead and go on to Ryan Spring from the Choctaw Nation as our next presenter, and then when he's finished, we should have plenty of time for anybody to ask any questions. Are you ready, Ryan?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, hopefully you'll have time by the time I get done talking. No, I'll keep it within my time. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate being invited to talk today. I guess I'll start off. Halito, Saho Chifo at Ryan Spring, Chatasia, y Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, Historic Preservation Department, Etoxali, Calera, Oklahoma, Atali. My name's Ryan Spring. I'm a Choctaw tribal member, and I work for the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma Historic Preservation Department. I live down here in Calera, Oklahoma. If you guys know where that is, it's in constant construction. So I've been working in historic preservation for the last 10, 11, I've worked 10 years now, and then I've interned for 3 years before that. So I've been in this department for quite a while, and I'm passionate about it, and I love it. But I've had some different roles. I started off as a GIS specialist, and then I was the director for a few years, and now I'm in the archaeology team. But I wanted to share with you all something that we're super passionate about here in our department, and how it intersects not just historic preservation activities, but how it intersects all that with our land and our homelands, and creating that next generation of youth to take on. So this is a presentation I had crafted earlier this year. It was for a GIS conference, so it's a little GIS focused, but if you're a super nerd like me and love GIS, then you'll enjoy it. But I'll try to keep some of the GIS lingo down. But anyway, yeah, let's get into it. So, since time immemorial, Choctaw people have had a rich history in the southeastern United States. Our ancestors lived on the land as stewards and became part of the land when they passed. Over thousands of years, Choctaw people left footprints on the land that still show the relationship we have with our homelands. Choctaw identity and the relationship we have with the land are tied deeply together and can be seen in our history, our culture, our language, and our spirituality. So this is a map that we did early last year, and it was something we put together just to show where Choctaw people have been through time. So over on the orange part of the map, those are our kind of our deep homelands and our ancestral homelands, and then in the yellow are lands that we emigrated to later, and then in the blue are lands that we were forced to remove to, and we many of our people live today, including it's where the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma is based. In the green and purple dots, the green dots are the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians, and then the purple dot is the Gina Band of Choctaw Indians. So they're two of our other Choctaw tribes that we work with very closely for historic preservation and cultural types of things. On the left is a picture of Nanewaya. It's one of our most sacred places, Nanewaya Mound. It's in east central Mississippi in Winston County. On the bottom is a picture of the area that Nanewaya Cave is. It's where our creation story has us being created at. And that's a picture of the bank where the clay that God actually used to create Choctaw people, and through our stories, the other southeastern people from. So these are both very sacred areas, and we are an extremely lucky people. The Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians owns both these sacred sites. So the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma Historic Preservation Department kind of separated into 8 different programs. So as Choctaw people, it's our sacred duty to continue to protect our ancestors and the landscapes that they left for us to learn from. The mission of our department is to assist the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma community in preserving its living heritage through protecting sacred sites and historic sites, and through aiding community efforts to maintain and revitalize Choctaw traditional culture. We accomplish this through 8 interconnected programs within our department. We have a cemetery restoration program, our NHPA Section 106 program, our tribal archaeology program, our architectural history program, NAGPRA program, cultural GIS program, research and outreach program, and our Growing Hope heirloom and seed gardens. This is just a little bit more on our cultural GIS program, which again was the basis for this presentation. But in 2011, our cultural GIS program was created, and it uses spatial technology to record Choctaw cultural and historical knowledge in order to support the department's mission in assisting the community in protecting and preserving Choctaw sacred sites, historic sites, and traditional culture. This program focuses on creating GIS infrastructure that supports each of the department programs that I named a little while ago, so they can more efficiently assist our ancestors, our community members, and future generations. So now I want to get into more of, what we're talking about here. So we have our department, and we've been, really interconnected in all the different programs and working together. And then we have our cultural GIS division. But I'd say, since 2009, our department has had a dream to use land-based healing to reconnect Choctaw youth to our culture, language, and the land. In 2017, this dream was realized when our first Indigenous immersion camp took place. Each year, 8 Choctaw youth are chosen by elders and invited to participate. The students that we select are between the ages of 16 to 21, and they have to have shown an interest in cultural activities. We try to choose ones that also are doing well in school. Many of the topics that we cover work to decolonize these students and reawaken their Indigenous Choctaw perspectives. So this camp we do is largely based around land-based healing. So it's getting them out onto the land um, as our ancestors have done, because today as, Indigenous people, but also as modern Americans, a lot of times we're a lot more disconnected from our land than we used to be. And that doesn't mean everyone, but, for a large percentage of our populations, there's a lot of disconnect from assimilation and colonization. So this is kind of like a one-of-a-kind experience in deep traditional Choctaw culture. And it's a way, at that age, it's a way that we can kind of, our youth are still malleable. And so we try to kind of aim them and push them in that direction and see what comes from it. So we do hands-on learning through community elders and staff from our department. And also we have a lot of volunteers from the community that come and help. Yeah, so let's get into it a little bit more. So usually the way we do camp is we start on a Monday morning. So the day one is focused on the earth. So the first day focuses on the Choctaw relationships with the earth. We begin by discussing what it means to be an Indigenous Choctaw person, and we invite an elder to speak on what growing up Choctaw means to them. We play traditional games, talk about traditional land management practices, go over like traditional Choctaw social structure and leadership techniques and values. Then we end our day teaching them how to create pottery and discuss the significance of clay in our creation. So during that pottery class, we do a little bit of traditional cooking too. So in the past, we've brought them out to do the pottery class, but we've also brought them out to cook on the fire. So like, for instance, wrapping fish in clay and cooking them on the coals until the clay breaks. And then when you pull that clay off, the fish is ready to eat. It's interesting, sometimes there's a lot of our youth that won't eat fish. I was one that I would never eat, I would never touch fish. But when you cook it yourself and you make it yourself, you're more inclined to try it. You're more inclined to eat it and respect it and have more of it's just that hands-on relationship with your foods. The map here on the right we have is labeled Choctaw Homelands through Choctaw Eyes. It's one of the maps that we use during our presentations and how we interact with our youth. So it's not just all in text, but to try to give them some visuals. So this one is used. It visualizes how Choctaw people in the 1700s viewed the world around them. So it displays the names that we have for the other tribes around us, as well as our traditional ecoregions and the meanings behind those. So, for example, you can see from this in the center, you kind of have 3 black lines. Those are the interior divisions for the 3 Choctaw districts. And then to the right, the left, and the bottom, you have the 3 Choctaw districts. And then, in the very center, you can barely see them, but the little brown dots are all of our villages. And like, if you look at our villages, they're all within our COE, or our traditional forest regions. But a lot of them are along our Oktok, or prairie regions. And that's because, we settled our village in areas that were diversified. So you could go out to the forest and hunt, and then, or collect, and then, but also the prairies were nearby to collect and forage as well, and to hunt. So it's been really cool using GIS to put in all of these different things. And then it's just been amazing to me to put in our traditional village areas, and then with our ecoregions. And then a lot of things just started clicking for me that, my elders have been telling me for forever. But anyway, on the left is what we go through with the kids on this day, or I should say the students, what it means to be Indigenous Choctaw, growing up Choctaw, traditional games, land management, social structure leadership, and the pottery class, which as I listed them off, I just remembered I told you already. Day 2, we focus on the plants, and specifically Choctaw women. We take the students out to the Nanawaya farmstead. It's a bison ranch owned by a Choctaw family that focuses on traditional land restoration. We begin the day with a walk around the Oklahoma prairie and teaching the students how to identify culturally significant plants. Using plants gathered on the ranch and or within the reservation, we then learn how to interact with textiles. We do a fire by friction class that shows the students a Choctaw method of traditionally creating fire, and explain the significance that fire has in our traditional spirituality. We then break the students into groups and spend the rest of the afternoon teaching them how to process and cook their dinner, making corn stew and blackberry dumplings. While we eat, we invite an elder to come and discuss the importance of women and what it means to be a Choctaw woman. So to me, this is significant in getting them on the land, interacting, but seeing a lot of the traditional women's activities. But also, I think this is a great day that teaches our young Choctaw men how to be, kind of those cultural sensitivities about respecting Choctaw women. As a matriarchal society, a society that focuses on our women, and our kinship is through our women. It's important for our young men to understand that traditionally we're different than mainstream America. And so I really enjoy this day and working with the boys. Day 3 focuses on the importance of men and our relationship with animals. We spend this day at the Nanawaya farmstead, where we can observe bison and Choctaw ponies. We spend the morning telling animal stories to the students and explaining our traditional education practices. We invite an elder to come talk on what it means to be a Choctaw man and his role in Choctaw society. We do a flint knapping class followed by a bow shoot, and then we discuss the importance of deer in Choctaw society. And then we begin to introduce the topic of Choctaw removals within our homelands and to Oklahoma. So these are some pictures here of just the different animals that we see out on the farm. On the bottom right are 2 Choctaw ponies. On the left are some of the bison we have out at the ranch. And of course, this isn't Yellowstone. We're very safe in how far distant we keep the kids away from the bison. So We don't want to be on national news. Day 4, the homeland. So I'll show you a map a little bit later of removal, but we talk about removal and then we kind of go backwards along our removal routes. So day 4 is spent on the road. The students are loaded up and given a, it's called a GeoPDF of Choctaw place names. So what this basically is, it's a PDF map, but it's geolocated, so they can load it on an app on their cell phone. And as we're driving, they see a little blue dot on this map and it moves. And that way they can see, as we start getting deeper into the homelands, they see more and more Choctaw place names start to appear on their map. So they'll see some as we leave Oklahoma, and then there won't be as many in Arkansas. But when we start hitting Louisiana and Mississippi, their map just starts getting loaded up to the point where they can't discern one place name from another. So as we travel through Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi, and later in the trip, Alabama, the youth can observe their location in relation to our Choctaw place names. As we travel through Choctaw communities of the past, the students can see the names of our ancestors had for the places on the land. It's fun to identify place names with the students and discuss the descriptive nature of Choctaw language. As we drive deeper into the Choctaw homelands, the map becomes visually indistinguishable due to the sheer number of features in a static map. Along the way, we stop at the Poverty Point mound site and we let them visit. For most, it's their first sacred site they've been to. So the map on the right is an example of the place names map that we share with the kids, students. Day 5, the homeland. So during day 5, we visit the DeSoto National Forest. It's in the very south part of Mississippi. We usually stay in Hattiesburg. We begin the day talking about the ecological disaster that struck the region after the removal of our people. We travel out to a secluded spring on the forest where we've built earth ovens. After repairing the clay ovens and heating up the sandstone, we bury our food, and then we travel to different parts of the region where the Forest Service is using a hybridized Choctaw American land management practice to revitalize the long leaf pine forest, native prairies, and the pitcher plant bogs. By the end of the day, the students return back to the earth ovens and we pull off the tops of them, and then we have a big meal. Usually by this day, the staff and the students are pretty worn out, so this is where I start usually lashing out at the kids. By this time, I'm done with their BS. So, but it's good. It's good. It's all good. Day 6, the homeland. Oh yeah, I was gonna say on this one here, this is a map of our removal routes. They're pretty crazy. As one of the first tribes removed from the southeast, we were kind of a guinea pig. So this is one of the maps that we share with the kids, and it's on the place names map. So when we're traveling, they can see our removal routes along with place names. Day 6. During day 6, we take the students on a refreshing boat ride tour of the Alabama River, where we dock and visit the Bottle Creek Mounds, an important sacred site for Choctaw people. This is around the Mobile area. After the tour, we discuss the differences between American archaeology and indigenous archaeology, and how indigenous archaeology can be used to help our people. Near the end of the day, we drive to the very heart of our homelands and visit our mother mound, Nanewaya, and our creation place, Nanewaya Chiluk, which were the first 2 images I showed you. This is a map here of Choctaw land sessions. So, as we're talking with the kids, we show them piece by piece how the British and American government would strip away our lands. And eventually part of the reasoning why we get removed to Oklahoma. Day 7, we return to Oklahoma. This is usually on Sunday. We stop at the Poverty Point to close out our journey. As a group, we process and share our physical, emotional, and spiritual experiences, and then provide feedback for next year's trip. So, a lot of us staff that attend, either chaperone or, or teaching the kids, it's a two-way relationship. The kids teach us as much as we teach kids. I say kids, they're students, but so, you know, we're always learning and improving. We take their feedback, and then we apply that to the next year and try to make that experience better and better for each wave of students that we have. You know, it's an honor to work in historic preservation, upholding our sacred duties and protecting the rights of our ancestors, our sovereignty, and our communities. Excuse me. Sometimes the burden of this responsibility can get too much, but this camp that we do with the kids gives us a clear picture of what our ancestors have always envisioned for our people. We work each year with these youth, sorry, to give us the power to keep fighting. We know that when we get tired and our time to fight is over, there will be those to continue it. These kids are our past, they're our present, and they're our future, and we have to muster everything that we have for them. So anyway, thank you guys for listening. My name's Ryan Spring. Feel free to reach out through email or phone or anything you guys need. The Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma is always here to assist. So, Yakoki.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Are there any questions for Ryan or for any of the speakers that we've had so far in this session this morning? I see a lot of positive comments from everybody. Thank you. I was thinking that when we were listening to this session this morning, that this is a one of those topics that we're all very passionate about, and I think that it's awesome to be able to work in an area that you're passionate about, and I appreciate everybody's passion that they put into this working in this area. Okay, so we do have a question from Shasta. Do you want to go ahead and ask your question now, Shasta?
Sure, and I think it would actually be terrific if Ryan and Brian wanted to just engage in conversation, you know, amongst the three of us. I don't know if everybody can unmute like the whole audience or if they're just stuck in the chat. But I can at least start with a couple of my questions. And first of all, both of you, fantastic. Thank you. I'm so glad I was invited to be a part of this. And I neglected to say in my introduction that I am not Indigenous, so I don't have the same perspective on this kind of work. I'm more of the technical advisor kind of person, and I do what Paula's cultural knowledge bearers direct me to do and what the leadership directs me to do. But my goal ultimately is to have a tribal member do this job. It shouldn't be me. So, you know, first of all, Dr. Burkhart, your work at the university on doing TIPO training, that sounds fantastic, and I would love to hear more about that. We at NAFPO, we try to provide trainings. I know the ACHP has some training, but I think it would be wonderful if we could talk more about what you all provide and see where there can be some partnering and some sharing. And my question about that is do you do that just for tribes in your general area, or is that nationwide?
A lot of those things are just in the building phase. We haven't really actually had those workshops yet, except for just really kind of small, you know, people that connected to the people that we're already working with on the TIPO talk. But the plan is to try to build those things out, at whatever level there's interest. And I think that there's interest across the country from what we've gathered so far, even just with the TIPO talk and the kind of response that we've gotten. There's a lot of people out there all over the country that have particular questions, that are working on stuff, and being able to put together, outside of the agency sort of part, just the actual TIPOs on the ground sort of supporting each other with the knowledge that can be shared across that community through these kinds of workshops. We'd really like to see it be as big as possible. But we're trying to, I would like everything you build with what you have. We're trying to build something here and sort of figure out logistically, maybe even some other places in Oklahoma to be able to house those, to be able to bring more people in, and then kind of go from there to think about doing that even in other places. That might be the smartest way to do it, would be to try to think about it regionally, to set up places where people could come, not all to one place from all over the country, but to particular places in each state or each region where that's sort of happening. That's kind of what we're thinking about now.
That sounds so wonderful, and thank you. And I have some experience with OU because I took the online Indigenous Peoples Law master's program
Nice.
during COVID, because I was like, well, I got nothing better to do, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. So that was a fabulous experience, and there's just a wealth of knowledge, both academic and Indigenous, at OU. So thank you for that.
And we'd like to do more of that kind of stuff too. Like what COVID has taught everybody, I think, is that there's ways that you can share this knowledge and people can access it outside of always being in the same room. I mean, obviously that's the best, kind of being able to sit together, but be able to provide tools and resources for people through certifications, whatever kinds of things that we can do to also do some of that stuff online, through the Native Nations Center, similar to what's happening with the Native People's Law, Indigenous People's Law program. So we'd like to do some things like that are curricular, that are also just virtual, training sessions, even just curriculum, things like that.
And Ryan, first of all, I see we both got the purple memo today. Nicely done. And I appreciate your humor. It's so hard to give a presentation and not have instant feedback of whether people are laughing or not. I just want you to know that I was laughing. So at least one audience was appreciating the humor. We have a GIS department in Paula, and I don't know the first thing about it, how to do it, but I am so impressed and blown away by what you've done with the place names and the geotagging in a PDF. Do you offer any sort of training or best practices or anything that you could share with other tribes so that we could do something similar for our youth?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, I know that, of course, Choctaw Nation or in our department here, I mean, we're more than happy to work with any tribes that are interested in doing that kind of stuff. We can help kind of advise. And then, of course, I always advocate for the Tribal GIS organization. I serve on the advisory board for the cultural committee there. So, not the advisory board, sorry, the advisory committee, two different things. So yeah, that's also a great way to kind of contact and work with a lot of other people. But yeah, so what's really cool with the Aventa maps is it's a free software. So as long as you create the map in GIS or whatever GIS tool you have, you can load it onto any cell phone that can use the Aventa Maps app. And then if you want more functionality, I don't know if they still have it, but the BIA provided the pro version for free to tribes. But we use those maps for when we do archaeology and other stuff too. They're pretty simple.
What was the name of the app?
Avenza.
Avenza. Okay.
Yeah, I'll throw it in the
Oh.
chat.
I'm gonna go bug my GIS guy now. Every time he sees me coming, he's like, "Oh no."
So we learned about Avenza through our forestry department. They use it for their dozer operators. They put these maps on there, and as the dozers are going, they have lines of where to avoid because flagging tape doesn't always catch it. So they have these kind of GPS maps, and
It's wonder. Oh man, that's
yeah,
amazing. That's amazing. I mean, I feel like I could chat both of your ears off, but I'm moderating a panel later today, so I'm practicing.
Yeah, there you go. And even something, I mean, I'm just, all these things I try to think about different directions, even some other collaboration, even with tribal GIS, that the Native Nations Press, we could sort of produce something in collaboration with them, a kind of user's guide to tribal GIS kind of stuff, right? I mean, that's just, me throwing out an idea, but that might be something I mean, we would be happy to sort of help with to produce something like that, and then just to be digitally and accessible for free. People can get on there and find that guidebook, that has sort of some of this information broken down for people that are just starting out trying to get into that work.
yeah, and that's something that we've always wanted to do for years. It's just the Tribal GIS organization is all volunteer.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if we were able to, because there's no reason to reinvent the wheel in Indian country.
Right.
So like if we're doing something here at Choctaw Nation, we're going to share that with whoever wants it. If we've built any kind of infrastructure for any of the tools or applications we use, we want to give that away because, we're all in this fight together.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I would love to partner with your program and do anything we can to just help Indian country.
It's great.
And I see the potential here for lots of collaboration. OU, tribal departments, tribal GIS, NAFPO. I should put the NAFPO in the chat as well so that people know what I'm talking about when I say that. We have our Sacred Site Summit coming up in September, and you can find information about that on the website. And then our annual conference is going to be in February on the Eastern Band of Cherokee lands in North Carolina. So there's information about that is going to be coming, but and I'm curious from our audience too. I mean, this is an environmental conference, right? And we're the cultural people. But like I was saying, they're not separate. You can't keep those things separate. And I'm curious from our audience, is there anybody in the audience who does both? Put it in the chat or give me a thumbs up. Yay, I got a thumbs up. Couple of thumbs up. Yeah, it's so important. And I think it's some of the training, the stuff that we could be doing could also be about, like I was saying, having to educate people who don't work in Indian country, who just don't get it.
Yeah.
It's an ongoing education process. And then when you get them all trained up and you've got that good relationship with them, they decide to go on to do something else. And you're like, yeah.
It's interesting how thank you, Adam. It's interesting how there's a lot of tribes that have kind of, they've seen that they're like, well, environmental and historic preservation are so close, and traditionally those are aspects that we always handled together. But I'm guessing it's because of the funding and the way the federal government is set up and federal laws. It's why we always separate them. And so it's really cool to see like what your program's doing. And then I'm going to put a link here, but like Seminole Tribe of Florida, they have their HERO department, which is their Heritage and Environmental Resource Office, and how they've combined and are chugging away at hitting these things together. And it's really inspirational. I was hanging out with some of my environmental peeps the other day, which are here on the call, and it's just I don't know, it's really good to work with them and rely on their expertise. And you got to have a close relationship between your environmental and your historic preservation department, or you're siloed and you're not really you may not always be doing what the community needs.
Paul Backhouse, who's the TIPO at Seminole, is on the NAFPO board, so we've been doing some good work with him, and he's always fun to have on a call because he's British, and it's like no matter what, somebody if you've got that accent, it's you just listen to them. That's colonialism, right? You're British, so yeah, you've got the power. Ah.
Or in Star Wars, they're evil. So
Yeah, this is true.
Well, you know what? It kind of makes sense though, doesn't it? Sorry, apologies to anybody who's British who's listening to this.
Our next podcast actually features the Seminole tribe of Florida. So
Cool.
podcast episode 3, you can look for a conversation with some of them. But it's true what everyone is saying. I hear that from all the people that we've talked to so far over and over again, the kind of cultural resources, natural resources. They're cultural resources are natural resources are cultural resources, that you can't separate those two. And trying to articulate that, in a way that's sort of clear to people from the outside who don't really get that, is a really important, tool to have, to be able to just break that down and get people into that space to understand what's happening.
I
Yeah.
think probably some of the people who are here on the call, they may work with the EPA with the GAP program, the General Assistance Program, or it's the IGAP, Indian General Assistance Program. And one of the things we've struggled with is getting EPA to allow cultural items or cultural projects within our GAP work plans. And GAP is all about building capacity, so your capacity to manage environmental issues. And I have that argument with them all the time, that you cannot say we're not going to allow you to build capacity for things like habitat management for traditional plant species. You can do it, but you can't talk about that it's for cultural uses. It has to be more like, well, it's an endangered species issue, and it drives me nuts. So if those of you who are in your environmental departments and have GAP don't know this, they are working on allowing some cultural activities within your GAP work plan, and there is consultation being done on that. But like Ryan was saying, we're all in this together, and I think if we speak with a united voice as tribes, and not just within regions. I'm in Region 9. There's 140 tribes in EPA's Region 9. But in your region, there's a lot in your region as well, but there's some that only have 4 or 5 tribes. We need to work together and keep pushing for the capacity to include cultural in environmental on the federal level instead of trying to make them separate. And the example I tend to use is that when you separate those things, you end up affecting traditional practices. So in California and on the West Coast in general, there are these marine protected areas. And the way the marine protected areas have been set up is that you are not allowed to do any sort of gathering or take of any kind from those areas. Well, what does that end up doing? It has an effect on traditional subsistence fishing and shellfish gathering or kelp gathering. And so you've got to talk to those agencies and say, look at what happens when you try to keep people out of the balance of nature. Here in California, we just catch fire all the time because we've been trying to keep the traditional fire management practices. They've been suppressed for a century or 2 centuries at this point. And now pretty much if the sun reflects off your glasses onto a bush, it just catches fire. And that's no good. So they need to allow for traditional management practices, even in places like marine protected areas. Protection from a Western standpoint tends to equal not letting people in. And that's not the right way to approach this for protection purposes.
Yeah.
yeah, you're talking about like with the the gap and not being able to use some of that. It's similar with TIPO monies and NAGPRA work. It's like, they're saying no, NAGPRA is separate and there's money for that, and it's like, but it's all the same thing. Like, to us, NAGPRA is the most important aspect of historic preservation that we can do. It's a sacred duty, and it's something, from a Choctaw perspective, we're required to do with God. And it's so odd how those monies are funneled to manipulate how we do things, and so we always have to keep pushing and finding ways to proceed. But yeah, Shasta, you were talking, and then Krista posted about the EPA 128A Tribal Response Program. I guess she's talking about more maneuverability when it comes to culturally significant plants.
Yeah, there are ways that it can be done, and there is. I mean, I've basically just learned to be very euphemistic in my work plans. During the Trump administration, we couldn't do climate change work, so we called it extreme weather events, or ecological risk, stuff like that. Because if you said climate change, they wouldn't fund it. Yeah, so there are ways to manipulate that. But to your point about NAGPRA, this is something else where I feel like the environmental and the cultural come together, because NAGPRA is specifically about human remains, culturally identifiable human remains and items of cultural patrimony. Well, that,
Patrimony.
yeah. Well, and in your case, it should be items of cultural matrimony, because you're a matrilineal society, as they should all be, I humbly suggest. But the law, the way that it's written, and the statute was passed in 1990, so it's been 32 years, is that the tribes don't really have much ability to make a determination or to make a claim based on their own cultural values. This would be a great thing to talk about on the Tipo Talk podcast. That it's something else, that NAFPO is working on, and I think a lot of tribes should be working on, which is to change the statutory definition of an item of cultural patrimony to be anything a tribe says it is. Because we've been trying to do a NAGPRA, we made a claim for some, and I don't like to talk about the ancestors, but sometimes you have to do the work. But there was soil with cremation remains in it. And associated with that was a whole bunch of stuff. Some of it we were able to get under the associated grave goods portion, but the rest of it was, well, these are just, pottery sherds and chipped stone and, et cetera, et cetera. And we were saying, but it's all cultural soils. It's all part of the site, and we should be able to repatriate all of it. And they said, no, this is the San Diego Archaeology Center. And so, well, what are you going to do with it? Well, it'll just stay. We'll just keep curating it. For what? For what?
Well, yeah, and I think we might have. I mean, there's more on that. Talking with Melanie O'Brien and one of our current repatriations. If it's has a burial context and it's burial goods, it can definitely be.
Yes.
So there are ways to work with that kind of stuff, but yeah, I understand.
Fight.
It's just it's just always a fight.
Yeah, they
But
don't want to give anything back.
and that's what's it's interesting about both environmental and historic preservation and cultural and language and all that other stuff is it always seems like a fight. But if you're there to be able to kind of hold that wall up, then the people that you protect can flourish. And that's what we do for our tribal members, is to help them flourish and to let them live in a sovereign way.
Sean, I'm relinquishing my. Oh, go right ahead, Shasta. I don't have to do anything this morning. It doesn't look like it.
No, I'm going to pause. I'm just going to pause because, like I said, I could go on and on about this stuff.
Well, no, we have plenty of time, and I think this kind of a semi-panel discussion is really is great and interesting, and it just goes to show you that I think we all have something in common to share here, and a lot of times it's just getting the right people together to share this information, and that's why we have the ITEC conference. We want to be able to share this information. Like Brian said, let's not reinvent the wheel on this. So this is great. We still have more time if you guys have anything else you want to bring up or talk about, or if anybody else wants to bring anything in from the audience, any questions or anything. We still have some more time. If you guys want to keep talking, it's up to you. Oh, and by the way, my accent is not British, if you haven't noticed.
I mean, I just would love to hear more from the audience, if they have anything. But, if not, then I'm just glad to have now had these introductions so that we can continue to work together.
There's a hand, Adam.
Yeah, let's wait a couple minutes and see if anybody has any questions to put up on the board, and then we'll see you later.
They're not able to unmute?
See, Nancy John has her hand up too.
Okay, we can,
And Adam, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, this is Nancy. I guess, first of all, let me thank all three of you for presenting to us. It's from each perspective. It's been so interesting, but yet at the same time, there are different angles that are taken on the presentations, but they all come together. And I've seen that happen over the years working with the environmental programs is also incorporating assistance like from our geodata center and having to work, that way and not necessarily having a department like that within ours, but we work together under our natural resources program. But my question is, how or how do you go about or would recommend when you talk about mapping projects, or even like if you have a legal claim for damages or injuries to natural resources, yeah, what is the approach taken when you're creating this type of, whether it's an app or a map or some type of GIS application, and then also preserving the cultural traditional sensitivity that might be linked to such a site?
So a lot of what we do is it's internal work. So we have a database that's set up for our staff that can all review, depending on if they're doing NAGPRA work or 106 work or internal work for the tribe, whatever. But what we actually serve out is very different. And, we deal with a lot of sacred information, a lot of sacred data. So, if a family member comes to us and, there's a site that's, related to them, then we'll work with them, and help with that data. But that's why it's difficult. We want to start moving towards more on doing like story maps and web maps and that sort of thing, because we have all this information, but the information does us no good if we're not empowering our tribal members with that information. So we need to go that direction. It's just the amount of time, and the expertise it takes to get there and to get that information out there. But like you said, you have to be careful about the sensitivity of that information, if you can even share that information. So a lot of times we have a NAGPRA review committee, but we kind of use them as we kind of work with them with some of those cultural sensitivities too, to see what's okay and what's not. But it's just anything you put out there could always be used against you. So we always have to keep that in mind. So I think we try to keep things on more of a grassroots level. Sometimes, but then sometimes, we try to dish out these maps just to help educate. So I didn't necessarily answer your question, but that, it kind of skirting around it, trying to figure out how, it's a complicated question, and it's something that we could spend hours talking on for sure. But these are questions that we have all the time. I encourage you to take a look at the Tribal GIS conference that we have in the spring. And it's in Albuquerque every year at SIPI. And but yeah, I mean, feel free to contact me offline, and we can definitely talk some more. I'm more than happy to sit down and talk with you more on a lot of this stuff.
Thank you for that. And I know what you're saying. I think when, well, before, it was mentioned about using the GAP or the IGAP funding, sometimes the obstacles that are placed in front of us on how, or what is considered something that's appropriate and fundable, I guess, if you want to put it that way, because a lot of us, that's what we're relying upon are federal dollars. Not all tribes have that luxury of having, some allocated tribal funds that are consistently set aside. There could be for special projects, but working like with ITEC and the tribal nations that we do, that's one of the things we're finding is that, that reliance upon the federal dollars. So we also had to take into consideration that when administering those programs and funding coming from the federal agencies, that becomes foiable information. And so those projects, you always have to keep that in mind. But at the same time, we have undertaken here within the Cherokee Nation projects. Again, those may have some cultural sensitivity in which you don't want to make public, but there's ways to address that through projects and in-house. There's ways to get that done when you're working, say like you mentioned with the individual tribal citizens or a group or individuals, within the tribe. But you just got to keep that in mind, that what can be considered foible information.
And luckily, a lot of the things that we do in historic preservation, 106 protects it technically from FOIA. But the problem is that the people that manage the FOIA requests don't always know that, and they still push them out anyway. So everything is kind of tangled up in the law, and and that's where, I don't know, Shasta, like, how does that work on the environmental side on FOIA requests, even though, so I don't know about the environmental side. I know on the historic preservation side, there's a lot of restricted data when it
Yeah,
comes to archaeological sites. But, when it's coming to sacred information, I don't know how that.
That's something I was going to say, is that in the statutes there's protection for confidential information on the cultural side, but not on the environmental side. And so that's something that we either will not submit to an agency because it becomes foiable. And as far as I know, there is not any sort of protection in NEPA, for example, for the protection of cultural knowledge and cultural information. And I'm working on this as part of a project with Region 9 and also the EPA Tribal Science Council to develop tribal research protocols that could potentially apply to this kind of information, where we say, this is the sort of confidentiality agreement we need you to sign with us before we're going to provide information. And hopeful that the statutes, or there can be some sort of an amendment in an MOU or as part of a grant agreement document that says, this is the information that we need to keep private, that we need to protect. And I think we're going towards the ability to get that sort of protection, but the federal government moves very, very slowly. And so, and plus you've got to consider the different administrations and who's in charge in the various parts of Congress, and it becomes more complicated than it really needs to be. But this is a place where I think some of the protections for cultural information could be easily ported over to the environmental side and say, here's the language, it just include it. And this is another one of those disconnects between the federal agencies with environmental work and tribes on the cultural knowledge, that they'll say, well, if we're not funding it, then don't worry about it. You're not going to be giving us anything because you're not funding it. You're like, yeah, you don't understand. You don't understand how truly integrated these things are. Even if you're not explicitly giving us money for a cultural project, we may need to provide, or you may want information that we find to be sensitive. So, the first step is to really try to take that issue to your direct project officer or the agency with which you have that grant agreement, and see if you can write something in that says, we need this information to be protected, and non-foiable, in one way or another. In my fantasy world, we all come together and create a terrific Native Nations technical support sort of legal / consultation / grant writing agency or organization that helps tribes do all this stuff, so you can just pick up the phone and say, hey, lawyer at the Native Nations protection thingy, how do we do this, and help us advocate for that at the federal level.
Yeah. We have a research project that just started last year at OU, data sovereignty thing that we were
Yeah.
kind of working on. And you're right. I mean, it's the trying to find ways to do both things, to kind of push for change in the structure itself, but also try to support the work getting done, to kind of work around the things that are in place, to be able to let people know how to do this. And even here, like a lot of it is just trying to talk to researchers here that are doing stuff that they don't understand, right? They just, especially in environmental areas, they're like, oh, we're doing this great thing for tribes. They're putting all this information and all this stuff out there, and they just have no idea that that's not the best thing, ever that they're doing for people.
Right.
So, just like all that work has to happen on all those different levels. And I agree that like the support, being able to kind of collaborate and work with each other and have the support from all the people doing this, where there's knowledge to share, is a great way to make a big difference. Yeah.
Adam, did you want to ask your question?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a question in regards to development in buffer zones. I know that there is already standards set out there, but do you guys as tribes meet or exceed those standards? Do you guys have any regulatory action in place to protect cultural sites?
So you probably saw my face, but yes, but it's a fight, or I should say, sometimes it's a fight, sometimes it's a negotiation. So every project is going to be different, and it's going to depend on the site in question and what level of protection we think it's going to require. So we might do everything from opposing a project entirely so that the buffer zone is basically not having the project. My example for that is, for years, Paula was fighting a landfill that was going to be put right next door to the reservation. And it was on the flank of Chokla, which is a sacred mountain, one of the home places of Tuckwish, who's a very important one of the first people. And there was no mitigation. There was no buffer for millions of tons of garbage on a sacred mountain. There's no way to buffer that besides not having it at all. Ultimately, we ended up buying the property to stop the project, which is not the way it should go. Most tribes don't have $14 million sitting around to buy land to stop a project that's going to desecrate a sacred site. So that is actually a bad precedent that that's the way that it went. But then, so all the way to the other side of things, where perhaps there's a bedrock mortar site that is within the area of potential effect for a project, and we'll say we want there to be a 20-foot, or a 20-yard buffer zone around that, because these things are not islands. There's always things beneath the surface. Like the Hawaiian Islands, they look separate, but if you go underwater, they're all connected. And a bedrock mortar by itself, one of those grinding stones, is not disconnected from the landscape. So we'll put that buffer around it, and then we'll have tribal monitors on site to make sure that there's nothing inadvertently unearthed, or if there is, then we can have it put back in an appropriate way. And then there might be, big, huge projects like housing developments with 1,500 houses. And sometimes we have buffers within those projects where we say, there is an ancestral village site here or a sacred site here, and we want there to be, we actually negotiated one where we had the developer agree to relocate 10 houses and have that area that we were concerned about be deeded over to permanent open space. So it really is on a case-by-case basis what we ask for.
Okay. I guess every tribe is different. I know that in our case, we are actually fighting the tribe to actually implement standards for development. So we don't want to give the option of development if we have ancestral sites adjacent to it. We don't want them to be disturbed, but at the same time, we want to be ethical in the selection of what we want near these sites. So, it's very complex, and I would hope that we could discuss it a little more in the future. And thanks again for letting me ask my question.
Thank you.
Sure. And I don't know if Brian or Ryan have anything to add to that?
I think you summed it up pretty well. I mean, for us, the buffer depends on the type of resource and the type of project, the soil types, that's in the area. We look at erosion and, a lot of that other stuff. But yeah, it's just kind of like a project by project basis. And most of the time when we're doing buffers, the projects that either the tribe is doing, or it's different with 106 because agencies do what they want. But within the tribe, we try to basically say avoidance is always our first. So we say, well, there's something over here, and they go, oh, okay, well, maybe we can route it around this way. So our tribe and our contractors, they try to work with us really well, but it's like Shasta said, it's just kind of, it varies.
Well, and I want to also piggyback on your response, Adam, about your specific situation. And this is sort of one of those, nobody wants to talk about it issues, but the reality is that sometimes I have to do this really awkward thing where I go to the people I work for, the tribal council, our executive committee, and they want to do a thing. And I've looked at the maps and I've done the research, and I have to tell them, we've talked to the cultural committee and everything, and I'm like, so you kind of can't do the thing, and they sign my paychecks, so that's always a little bit awkward, but that's our job. And so the reality is that sometimes you are going to have a tribe that wants to do a project that may ultimately have an impact, a detrimental impact on an environmental or culturally sensitive area. And you have to do those delicate negotiations with your own leadership to try to do the right thing. So what we've done is we've integrated some of these cultural resource protections into our recent revisions of our environmental code. So it hasn't yet been reviewed and passed by our general membership, but it's still something that's going to be in there now, where if I get pushback, I can say, well, see how you all adopted this code that says if there's significant cultural resources, there has to be mitigation. That's tribal law. So it gives me a little bit of something to stand on. So if you don't have that, that may be something that you want to consider. I would rather have a separate cultural code, but I wasn't able to get that specific, so I integrated it into the environmental code.
So we're trying to design our own cultural code as well, but our biggest barrier is tribal council. Not every
politicians.
what we're doing, and I know that our tribe is one of those economically savvy tribes where we want to develop and we want to make money. Everybody wants to make money, but at the same time, we do need to incorporate the respect that our ancestors held, because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have what we have now. We're blessed to be where we're from, and I think it's time for us to start paying respect to those that we should be responsible to in protecting our lands. But thank you guys.
You're welcome. I'm going to put a link in the chat also to of all places, the National Park Service has a database of tribal TEK consultation policies, and for tribes that have been willing to share them and make them public. And there's a lot of really great examples in there that you can borrow from for developing your own codes and policies, and that might be helpful to a lot of you. So let me just find that, and I will add it to the chat. And then I see, Adam, you put your email address, and I put mine as well. So feel free to reach out to me. I'd be happy to continue the discussion offline.
One of the things we have here at Choctaw Nation is, while you're doing that, Shasta, so it's different for us, like, our processes and everything. So most of our land kind of stuff is done by the executive branch, and then it's taken to our legislative branch, to our tribal council, once it's kind of packaged for them. And so what we do is we have something called a land action team. And that's where we have historic preservation, we have environmental, we have legal, we have safety, we have housing, construction, just all the different departments in there. So anytime that the tribe wants to purchase land, anytime the tribe wants to maybe use some land that's, not currently being used, or, they want to change the use on land or put it into trust or whatever. It goes through this kind of committee and everyone kind of signs and checks off on it. And then, so for us, that's how the process that we developed based off the issues that we had in the past. And at the moment, that process works well for us. The meetings have gone down from being 2 hours long to, 20 minutes. And then we have our GIS department kind of built this GIS assessment tool to help kind of speed it up even more. So that's what we use. But because a lot of our stuff is on the executive branch side, we're working on, cultural resource codes for Choctaw Nation. But in the meantime, one of our other things we're looking at is our preservation plan. So think of it like a strategic plan, but all TIPOs are required to have a preservation plan. Not everyone has them, but our National Park Service regs, they're required to. So what we're trying to do is after we get that, I think it goes for every 5 years, or I think you can set it. But anyway, the whole point of all this is that we're trying to get Chief to sign it. So if Chief signs it, that means that our executive branch is signing off on all of the policies, procedures, and codes that our department follows. And that makes them kind of, because the leader of the executive branch follows them, it's making it so all the other departments have to follow them too, that falls under the executive branch. So it's a Band-Aid, but it's something that we're doing as we're drafting protocols. But that may not help you, but it's just one of the kind of things that we figured out through our internal politics and bureaucracy. Cool. I'm gonna look at this link, Shasta. Thank you.
Cool.
Sure. Yeah, I was amazed when I found this. I'm like, why didn't I know about this?
Because it's National Park Service. Sorry, I shouldn't have snapped over real quick.
Hey, you know what? You got to call it like you see it.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any more questions, comments, anything for our speakers this morning? I think this has been a great way to do it. We should have just had a panel discussion from the beginning, and we could always get your presentations later, and we could pick your brains while you're actually here in person. See, that's why we might have to start trying to do this. If there aren't any more questions, we'll go ahead and just wrap up a few minutes early today. But again, I want to thank Shasta and Brian and Ryan this morning. This has been a really, really good session, and I think that we shared a lot of knowledge this morning, and I appreciate each and every one of you for taking this extra time this morning to present for us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And with that, we'll go ahead and close out this morning's session, and we'll start up again at 1 o'clock on environmental topics. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Oh, me. Chipi.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nancy John, Director of Cherokee Nation's Environmental Programs, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to welcome everybody back to the afternoon session. And I'm going to embarrass this gentleman, but Logan, could you turn your camera on, please? I wanted to just take a quick opportunity before we got started this afternoon. This is Logan Gertie. He's a member of our staff. And I think at times you've probably seen over the past few years a lot of emails that have come out from Karen Dye. Karen was really good at helping us out with the conferences and stuff. But I just want to take an opportunity to introduce Logan, because Logan and I know you've seen the name Jareen. She sent out some emails before regarding the conference. As well as Ashley. So Ashley Wagner too, she'll be on, I think, later this afternoon. But Logan's going to moderate this session. So Logan, I'm just going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy. I appreciate that introduction. Welcome back to the second session, as Nancy said. This session will cover environmental topics. Our first speaker will be Kate McFarland from the National Agroforestry Center. Her topic is agroforestry resources from the National Agroforestry Center, USDA and partners. So Kate, whenever you are ready, you're good to go.
Thanks so much, Logan, and thanks so much to everybody else as well. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak at this conference, and really appreciated the discussion this morning. I was thinking about how one of the things that I really like about working in agriculture and forestry, and maybe agroforestry in particular, is that people's role in environmental questions is sometimes a little more obvious or easier to discuss than on some environmental topics. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'd appreciate if someone can let me know if they're seeing the presentation when that happens. All right, hopefully you're able to see that.
Yes, it looks good.
Thank you so much. It's always funny with different systems. It's always worth double checking, I feel like. So yeah, my name is Kate McFarland, and I'm an agroforester with the U.S. Forest Service. I work as part of the USDA National Agroforestry Center, which is a partnership between the U.S. Forest Service and the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of how we think about agroforestry, what agroforestry may mean and its benefits, sort of what kinds of problems is it helping to solve, really thinking about it particularly in that conservation context, but in other contexts as well. And then share a little bit of information about our National Agroforestry Center and the resources we can share, as well as other USDA resources that are out there for agroforestry. So just because I think it's a little bit of a funny word and people use it in different kinds of ways, I'll share the definition that we use at the Agroforestry Center for agroforestry. We talk about it as the intentional integration of trees and shrubs into crop and animal farming systems, create environmental, economic, and social benefits. And so the two key words there being intentional and integration. We have lots of farming systems where maybe trees and crops are near each other, or trees and livestock are near each other, but it's not particularly intentional. And integration is really key there too, because there's always some sort of dynamic going on between those trees and the crops, or the trees and the livestock, just having that interaction. So that's how we think about agroforestry, at least. When we think about it, we really just see it as sort of one puzzle piece in our sort of shared work to build resilient agricultural and forestry systems. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. It's not going to be right for every person or every farm or every farmer or every forest manager, but it can fit in, and it can really complement other conservation practices, other different kinds of practices that people are using on their landscapes. We sort of see it as part of a larger forested or agricultural landscape. So maybe you have some forest farming or silvopasture or riparian buffers, and those really complement the grazing that's going on, or the forestry that's going on, or the people that are living in the landscape. A lot of people are like, how many people use this? Is this common? Is this uncommon? Again, it's kind of a little bit of a funny word, and so some people are unsure. We don't have a lot of data on it compared to maybe some other kinds of conservation practices, but there's one question in the USDA National Agriculture Statistics Service, their Census of Agriculture that they do every 5 years. There's one question that asks, are you using agroforestry? And so when we look at the number of people the number of farms that said yes, we're using agroforestry, we do see it across the landscape. It's not super common. It's about 30,000 farms said yes, which represents about 1.5% of farms. Just for comparison purposes, I guess about 18,000 farms say they use organic agriculture, so that sort of helps put that 30,000 number in context. When we talk about where agroforestry comes from, I think it's important to reiterate that many indigenous communities have long histories of managing crops under forest canopies and crops with trees and livestock, and many tribal communities today are using agroforestry or agroforestry related practices to achieve their natural resource objectives and their cultural objectives. And many producers are really benefiting from and learning from these indigenous agroforestry methods. And I think one of the reasons why I was asked to speak about agroforestry today at this meeting is because increasingly we're hearing from tribal natural resources staff and tribal members who are sort of crosswalking the indigenous land management practices that they want to take or they are taking on their landscapes with the USDA, especially the USDA NRCS agroforestry practices, which I'll be talking about in a minute, to try and say, how do we access the resources that USDA puts towards these agroforestry practices for indigenous land management work? And so this is a much bigger topic, and we're working on some partnership projects with some great people across all over, and maybe I can speak about that a little bit more at the end, but that's just a little bit more context for this conversation. So when we talk about agroforestry, again, talking about that idea of any intentional combination of trees and crops, or trees and livestock that can look so many different ways. We often talk about specific practices that combine these in certain sort of arrangements. And, we do this especially when talking about USDA programs, because we have to, have those definitions that the government relies on when it's doing its programming. So we talk about in sort of temperate systems, the NRCS conservation practices that are sort of formalized there are silvopasture, windbreaks, riparian forest buffers, forest farming, and alley cropping. I'm going to share a little bit more about each of those. But again, I just wanted to put this slide in there to acknowledge and to say that, this can look all different kinds of ways. And I have the privilege of getting to work with farms all over the country, and people are really doing really innovative work in combining these together. So this isn't meant to be inclusive of all that you can do, but these are just examples of ways of doing those tree, crop, livestock combinations, and sort of, again, how government programs are talking about it. And so how do we use those government programs to get at other land management goals? So riparian forest buffers, this is the one that everybody is probably very familiar with. That's sort of the most widespread practice that we see across the landscape. Natural or planted woodlands adjacent to water bodies, designed with trees, shrubs, and grasses, usually with the main intention of protecting water resources from non-point source pollution. But of course, there's a lot of other environmental benefits there, especially related to habitat, maintaining water temperatures, improving riparian habitat, and then, again, on that water quality piece, reducing sediment, nutrients, and pesticides through runoff. Really important roles related to carbon storage as well. And increasingly, we're seeing people trying to plant sort of what they're calling productive riparian buffers. How do we plant in really important species into these buffers so that they're really multifunctional? So maybe people are planting in fruit or nuts that they can harvest from, or all different kinds. There's a lot of opportunities in riparian areas, so a lot of different designs there. When we think about windbreaks, we use a definition that's planting of single or multiple rows of trees or shrubs that redirect or modify the wind or established for other environmental purposes. Again, the conservation benefits there are, reducing soil erosion, protecting plants from wind damage, making a better microclimate for those plants to grow a little bit better. We see people using them to manage snow, either along roads or near their homes or across fields to distribute the snow so you have more even moisture distribution. We see people using them in combination with livestock as well to protect them during from winter winds, using them to create pollinator habitat, using them to reduce wind speed to protect those pollinators so they can fly a little bit more easily and do their pollination work, improving irrigation efficiency, lots of different kinds of benefits from windbreaks. With silvopasture, it's managing trees, livestock, and forage production on that same piece of land. The most obvious benefits there are to the animals, providing forage, shade, or shelter for livestock. But it's also a way to improve the productivity and health of both the trees and the shrubs and the forages. There's some real benefits to water quality and soil health through silvopasture. And it's also a way for a lot of people to diversify their income sources. Maybe they have woods and they are waiting for that timber to mature, or they're waiting for a different kind of tree crop to mature, and they're able to use that land as pasture for livestock in the interim. Forest farming, sometimes called multi-story cropping, we talk about a definition of the intentional management of woodlands to produce non-timber forest products under a forest canopy. This can look like lots of different things, but some of the conservation benefits here are improving crop diversity by growing mixed but compatible crops, improving soil quality, and increasing net carbon storage. We also see a lot of people turning to forest farming as a way to get economic benefit from their woods while keeping the forest as forests, right? Without, people who aren't interested in maybe timber harvesting or other ways of using their woods, but still, want to gain some economic benefit from those woods. In a lot of places, we're seeing that doing intentional forest farming cultivation of some of these crops may reduce pressure on native woodland plant populations. And again, it's a way to diversify income sources. Alley cropping is maybe the least common one we see so far, but there's a lot of growing interest on this. It's growing an annual or a perennial crop in the alleyways between rows of a long-term tree crop. So here you're seeing some of the same environmental or sort of production benefits, creating a really great microclimate for those crops. Some environmental benefits related to water quality and soil health, again, a real opportunity to bring more wildlife and pollinator habitat into agricultural landscapes. And again, it's a way to sort of diversify your income sources. So you're having that tree crop growing at the same time that you have another crop or forage or hay growing at the same time. So again, people are looking to agroforestry for environmental benefits, economic benefits, social benefits. And some of the questions that we get from farmers related to why they might use it, there are ways there's really a lot of good research that shows how windbreaks and alley cropping systems can really, like I said, enhance that microclimate and protect crops. So windbreaks are able to actually increase yields and decrease costs by increasing irrigation efficiency, reducing soil erosion, protecting those really young plants from getting dried out when they're still small. So again, we've got a good amount of research that demonstrates this and experience as well. Can also really benefit crop quality. So there's a lot of interest there for specific crops. Sort of how do we know that, again, reducing that wind speed can have a real benefit? As I said earlier, people find agroforestry a great option to have sort of shorter term annual income while they're waiting on longer term income from tree crops. The way to sort of stack income, both vertically using sort of three-dimensional space, but also over time. So we have examples of that through silvopasture, alley cropping, or forest farming. People look to agroforestry as well as just a way to sort of use their woods differently. So diversifying your economic risks by maybe using both livestock and your timber and long-term timber income. Also looking as we deal with more heat stress all over the place, using silvopasture to protect livestock. We've got some great research that demonstrates how it improves animal condition, milk production, breeding efficiency, weight gain, and really also improving that forage quality. This is really important in some parts of the country where we really deal with sort of the summer slump in our pastures. And so by having some of your paddocks be silvopastures, you're able to get maybe out onto those pastures earlier in the year, have more forage production during that really hot part of the year, and use those pastures later into the fall and winter. People are also really looking to agroforestry for addressing extreme weather events and just dealing with those intense rain events that we're seeing all over the place, and trying to have more of that perennial vegetation in our landscape to protect our soils. This is on the converse a little bit, there's some good research that demonstrates how windbreaks and alley cropping systems can help, particularly in times of drought. They can increase, that's where the yield increase shows up the most, is during those very dry years, which we know are increasing. So I'm going to shift a little bit and talk a little bit about our National Agroforestry Center resources, and then some other resources that USDA can provide to support agroforestry. At our center, we provide a lot of different kinds of education outreach materials. We have print publications that you can order through our website for free to use yourself or with farmers or forest managers who you might work with. We provide resources for workshops, sample PowerPoint presentations, a webinar library, and an index of past projects that have been funded through USDA to just get a sense of what agroforestry might look like where you are. We also have a lot of other information related to thinking about agroforestry's benefits to business and economics, to our communities, to climate change, soil health, water quality, wildlife, and pollinators. There's also a lot of different USDA programs available for agroforestry implementation. The most common one that we see is the NRCS Environmental Quality Incentives Program, as well as the Conservation Stewardship Program. Particularly for windbreaks and riparian buffers, we also see people using the Farm Service Agency Conservation Reserve Program and Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. So those are great resources for people looking for that financial assistance relating to establishing agroforestry systems. These are two resources that USDA has put out as well. For the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, they work through these conservation practices, and this guidebook was developed a few years ago to sort of, again, do that kind of crosswalking between indigenous stewardship methods and the NRCS conservation practices and how they come together. We also worked on one of our agroforestry notes with Dr. Frank Lake and Dr. Colleen Rozier to develop this agroforestry note, thinking about indigenous traditional ecological knowledge in agroforestry, sharing examples and further developing those topics. And I can put some of the links for this in the chat afterwards if anyone's interested. When we look at other USDA programs, there's also a lot of opportunities related to market development. And sometimes I think we talk about these agroforestry systems that are focused on the woods, and people aren't thinking about the Agricultural Marketing Service and rural development and their programs for value-added producer grant programs, especially crop block grants. But this publication we came up with a couple years ago really walks through case studies, how different organizations and farmers have leveraged these programs to achieve their goals. There's another publication that was released just last year that's talking about where agroforestry shows up across a lot of different USDA agencies, and it has a lot of different examples in there as well, so that might be useful to sort of picture where maybe a project you're working on or work that you're doing might fit into these existing programs. So that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. As I said, we have publications on our website, and you can order them through our website. We also have a quarterly email newsletter that you can sign up for, and as well as a print. We still send out print publications and print newsletters, so I'm happy to add you to that list. And I have my email address up there as well in case anybody would like to contact me.
Thank you, Kate. That was a very good presentation. I've seen somebody read a question.
You, Cheryl does.
I like that presentation a lot, and I'm very curious about how successful is the mushrooms in the forests going? Is that something that's happening in Oklahoma, that we have some individuals and or tribes that have successful mushroom growing in their forest areas intentionally?
That's a great question. I don't know of anybody in Oklahoma myself. Most of the folks that I've worked with, well, are in Missouri, in the Northeast and the Northwest. And so that's not to say that there aren't people there. It's just that we're always learning about new people who are using agroforestry. But there are a lot of, there's some great work that's been done matching up tree species with mushroom species. So if you have a certain kind of trees in your woods and maybe you're doing some forest stand improvement, you're cutting some of the damaged trees out of your woods, to use those for mushroom production is a great opportunity. And also, a really important market that people are looking for locally produced mushrooms a lot of the time. There's a lot of demand for those from restaurants and stores and farmers markets, that kind of thing. So people have been pretty successful in developing that as sort of an additional enterprise.
I found your presentation very informative. Thank you, Katie.
Oh, thank you.
All right, does anybody else have any more questions? You can type them in the chat or just click on and raise your hand, however you want to do it. All right, well, thank you very much, Kate. I appreciate it. The great presentation.
Thanks so
I guess
much.
we'll move on to the next person. This will be Cheryl Cheadle. Hi, Cheryl, from Oklahoma Conservation Commission. She'll be discussing Citizens Can Save the Planet. Whenever you're ready, Cheryl.
Okay, I got to figure out how to pull up my slide presentation. Let me hit share content. Looks like I'm going to be successful. So is that in front of everybody?
It looks good on my end. Thank you very much.
And everybody can hear okay? All right. Well, thank you so much, Logan, for being here with us today and asking me to speak. Probably wasn't you exactly that asked me, but I'm really happy to be here among tribal members and citizens. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Blue Thumb Water Quality Education Program. And we're going to stir up some thoughts together about what needs to happen to better protect our one and only Earth. So Blue Thumb is a water quality education program that very heavily depends on supporting citizen scientists who do stream monitoring with actually out in the streams. And this appeals to a large and various group of people, from high school teachers with their students. We do get tribal partnerships pretty frequently. And it appears to me that sometimes the tribe will send some of their staff members just to get a really good feel for what stream ecology is. And yes, the tribe has great, well-educated people, but we are a really good get your feet wet program as far as learning about the local streams and rivers. So the monitoring that our volunteers work on with us, we call this the three-legged stool of monitoring, and you want chemistry, about the actual physical habitat, and about the biological community to know about how your streams and rivers are doing. Affect all of us. That's the message. That's just as important as what does the data mean? Well, the data impacts us all. Our streams and rivers, we don't get along without water. And so Blue Thumb is all about helping the average person get closer, more connected with their water, and actually generating some data so we can know more about the local water bodies. So essentially, volunteers, that we put them through a training. It's usually 2 days. And so when they do their water chemistry, that is a look at the stream right at this moment in time. 5 minutes later, a different set of water is going to flow down that stream. So our benthic macroinvertebrates, that is the little insect or other life in the stream. Sometimes it's aquatic insects, aquatic larvae. A lot of times it's the creatures that'll one day molt and actually fly out of the stream and become an adult. That's a terrestrial form. Everybody likes the fish collections, and almost everybody can identify that a healthy stream is going to have fish in it. And then we do habitat assessments in conjunction with our fish collections. And some of these activities volunteers take part in on their own, especially the chemical monitoring. And some of these activities, there's a Blue Thumb staff member or more than one out there with them on these kinds of activities. And it's a really, I'm a firm believer that Blue Thumb is a good stream ecology introduction for people to better relate to our waterways. You can't separate soil and water, and I have become more and more of something that has become a part of when I get to speak to people. My education is going to for sure include the ecology of how the world works and our streams and rivers and the land around them. You don't separate those. Water will run off the land, then it will go into our neighborhood waterways, and eventually it's going to end up in a stream that has a little bit of a wilder look, and that stream is going to be able and be out there where it's functioning stream. Eventually this water, after flowing through some lakes and wetlands and such, it's going to end up in the Gulf of Mexico, Oklahoma. And really it's our duty to send clean water down the storm drain, and that benefits us all. That benefits us here in Oklahoma. That benefits the creatures that live in the Gulf and the people who make their living there. So it can be tricky, it can be challenging, but it's a constant effort to help people relate. The stream and your drinking water have a close relationship. The creatures that live in the stream are critical. They have a right to live on this earth with us. And when we find these creatures living in our streams and rivers, we can know we have healthy waterways. The water bodies you want to watch out for are those that don't seem to have much in them. That's a problem. And how are we living on the earth? What are we doing? Vehicles, we have hard surfaces. We create runoff. We go in and we clear dozens and dozens of acres for our development. And there does tend to be a feeling that when we're scraping the land, somebody's making money and the economy is going to do well. What are we doing? Are we living on the land? Let's keep that in mind. Sometimes we don't treat the world around us like we ought. Why would we ever do that? It's supposed to be a picture on your way, but we do this. And of course, most of our streams and rivers in Oklahoma are going to end up in a man-made lake, and that they're there. That water is going to be someone's drinking water, almost for sure. It's going to help generate power. It might irrigate farm fields. It could be tourism there. So these are some of the connections that we want our citizens to understand. And you guys have reasonable audiences that you are looking to inform. Do your tribal citizens, do they understand what the environmental departments of your tribes are doing? Is there a basic message that you want these people to get? And that's part of what we're talking about with my presentation is we have to be a voice, and we need to pull in others who will be a voice for the voiceless. So I was told in a presentation just a few weeks ago, nice man, when I came upon a slide where I talked about the water cycle, he kind of jumped up and goes, no, that's what you need to really be talking about. Okay, and I agree. It is because of the water cycle that we end up having fresh water. You know, the water, most of our water, that big body, the oceans that we have, that water is salty. But when that water evaporates and then falls on the land and fills our streams and rivers and lakes, there we get our fresh water. And the way water infiltrates or does not infiltrate into the surface of the earth is a pretty big deal. We're gonna look at that a little bit. I was recently, and I guess I will choose to not tell you where this was, but I was recently at a day out educating tribal children for an environmental camp, and we were set up at what they called an outdoor classroom, and some of it was mowed short and very highly maintained. Some of it was a cross timbers area in the trees. And so I have recently been gifted with some tin cans cut open at each end, and I had my rubber mallet with me. So I hammered a tin can into the land where it was highly maintained, and I hammered a tin can into the land, actually into the cross timbers. a 60-second walk apart. And then, with the help of others and their cell phones to time, we poured 14 ounces of water in each of these cans. The water out on the maintained area took an hour and 50 minutes to soak in. The water in the Cross Timbers Forest, 60 seconds away, took 40 seconds to soak in. Now, because I'm giving this information 2 whole slides, I can tell you this was a big deal to me. And this was a great experiment. Now, the only part of the experiment that wasn't really that good was you can't expect children to stand there for an hour and 50 minutes. But the lesson of this is our earth, we want to maintain our earth to build healthy soil that contributes to clean water, that helps feed our birds and our bees and our butterflies. And by having land where water will soak in is a critical component of being a caregiver of the earth. And so this was a big deal to me, and it's a great experiment. You can do it a variety of places, but we need to shoot for functional landscapes. So I am now a part of a program, and our Blue Thumb Water Quality Education Program, they are one of the important sponsors of Yard by Yard. And this program is spreading across the state. It's in many places where tribal members can access the program. We can have tribes that help with the program. I mean, we just have to get the word out. We are trying to have nature-friendly properties in our communities because we are constantly losing land to development or to agriculture or to another purpose that leaves it not very suitable for feeding pollinators. Yard by Yard is trying to make a difference there. This is a minimally functional landscape. Many of us, it looks pretty. I like the fact that somebody just mowed, so I don't have to worry about getting out there and mowing. But here's the deal. We have monocultures and introduced species going on here. That is not feeding our butterflies. That is not feeding our bees. And you know, and those butterflies and bees, keep in mind, they do a critical service to us as this yard is contributing to runoff. And if they're treating the yard with chemicals, it's contributing to polluted runoff. This is what we are looking to get away from. This is what we are looking to get away from. We are looking to help the world understand the value of functional landscapes. And you know, there are many reasons why we are comforted by short grass lawns like this. And I have a whole other presentation that talks about that, that I won't be. But one of the things is, in the back of our mind, when we stand out in the middle of the earth and we look around us, if we have a yard kept like this, we can see that saber-toothed cat creeping up on us. Unless it were to hide behind that one little tuft of grass, that would be a place it could hide. But so we have many reasons why this comforts us. But I'm also going to challenge us all that we can learn that there are other ways to have our landscapes. This is a missed opportunity. This nobody's playing frisbee there. No, and I'm not just talking about this moment. I've been by this place many. This is a missed opportunity to have a prairie, to have a place where water will soak in instead of run off. This is a missed opportunity. But we have to do what's to help others understand that doing better is important. Save money and save the earth. We don't need to be mowing that. And I'm going to tell you, this is at a church, and this is going to become one of my new goals, is to help the folks who could be stewards of the earth. Help those folks who could be stewards. Let them see that this is just as much stewardship as giving your 10%. Now, can we not be systems thinkers? We plant trees where the power lines are going to go. and then the trees grow. And then we just leave it looking ugly like that. Why can't many different ways is this slide simply discouraging? So with taking better care of our landscapes, we can cool an overheated earth. We can build healthy soil that functions. We can feed our little pollinator friends. We can send clean water to streams and rivers as opposed to water that rushes off the land. We can slow runoff. We can reduce flooding. We can create nature areas that we can enjoy. We can create a place for birds. You know, both birds and insects are declining. We cannot get along without our insects. You know, I watch these commercials of the little kids running in slow motion, talking about free them to be outdoors by getting rid of the mosquitoes. And it's like, what else do we get rid of when we get rid of mosquitoes? And I just encourage you to think in a different way, but to also be thinking in a way that how are you going to appeal to the people who you consider your supervisors? How are you going to appeal to tribal leaders? And how are you going to get information out to your tribes? How can we do this together? Your voice is critical to the cause. Your voice is critical. I am not going to save the planet. Perhaps we are going to save the planet. Better understand. Look at this. This is a beautiful landscape, and there's vegetables back on the left side of the screen. They have a vegetable garden. Yet on the right, they're keeping that mode for the people who feel like they need that buffer space. This should please everyone.
Cheryl, you're kind of cutting in and out a little. Can you get a little closer to the microphone, maybe?
Okay. Is this any better?
Yes, that's much better. Thank
A
you.
little better? Okay. And how can we have highways? What do we use these highway corridors for? Why would we go in there and mow them as frequently as we do? Let this be a place for our creatures. Nobody's going to stop and play frisbee there. I worked with this was a great program. The tribes, when they had one of their ITEC events in Tulsa. This is several years ago now, but some of you can see yourselves in there, I do think, maybe. But we took tribal members to two streams, Crow Creek in the heart of Tulsa, Mooser Creek in South Tulsa. We found two species of fish in Crow Creek, and we found 6 or 7 in Mooser. And we didn't spend a lot of time looking. We didn't, you know, that wasn't the point, was to have a field day. The point was to have a field day of looking and learning something about the stream. And then we were able to talk about why is there a difference? And the difference is Crow Creek is very populated and Mooser Creek is less populated. And it does, and the folks that live in the Mooser Creek watershed, they don't tend to use lawn chemicals. Folks that live in the Crow Creek watershed do use a lot of lawn chemicals. So we talked about those differences and why. And we're looking at how can all streams be treated better so that we have life in them. I do work a lot with tribes, a lot with tribal children. How do we help them to grow up to have a world that is full of the creatures that are supposed to be here? We are in a biodiversity crisis. We are in a climate crisis. And we can't get bogged down by the doom of that, but how together can we do better? So these are a couple of places that, you know, look pretty natural, pretty nice. Do you see places like this on your way to work in the morning? Here up at the top left, this is the lawnmower of the Great Plains, once upon a time. And now our lawnmower of the Great Plains are our cattle. and in our urban suburban areas or along our highways. We are the lawnmowers of the Great Plains, but can we pause to think about how we are treating our lawns and make a choice to do something a little different? So what if we helped our tribal members, our city and suburban dwellers, better understand ecology, better understand water infiltration, to better understand where our drinking water comes from? What if we voted for leaders who place value on caring for the earth? What if we all spent more time outdoors? Just contemplate that. Our yards would have diversity, deep root systems, plants for pollinators, homes for small wildlife. We would share the earth. We would be sharing the earth. So do you see the difference here? I'm not saying that every place in the world is going to look like the one on the left, but we should at least see what we're doing. Streams deserve their riparian zone, that area of vegetation along the banks. These riparian zones do a lot to protect our streams and rivers. Do we understand seasonality? This is in the left side is May, and then you have mid-July on the right slide. Made a buffet that's open from March to the end of October for our little critters. If we know about planting and about how prairies work, we might be able to. Do we understand that this creature, this is a dragonfly larva on the left, it's going to become a dragonfly, and that dragonfly will eat a lot of mosquitoes that will be in that dragonfly's tummy, and so not biting your little children as they run in slow motion. As a professional conservationist, how will you help people become a? Because to me, one of the greatest challenges in doing environmental education and doing environmental work is helping people. That stream we drive over going to work, the waste that is created when I drive through Wendy's and get a burger in a plastic container and a plastic cup and a lid and a straw. We have to think about these things. So that is my presentation. I am happy for us to just, maybe you have questions, maybe you have comments, but how together do we do this differently? So we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Great presentation. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask?
There is a question on here from James Williams. For Cheryl, has the drought this year affected the macroinvertebrates this summer, or what have you seen?
It has. And here's what happens when I'm looking for my screen again. What happens when excuse me, I still have me. What happens when we end up with a no-flow situation is that we can't even make the collections. We do tend to have our aquatic insects. Some of them will burrow way down, but we just lose a lot of them. And so what happens is when the stream comes back up, if there are enough terrestrial bugs to repopulate and lay their eggs, within 10 days, we can try to go make a collection if we gain water again. But yeah, our streams are impacted this summer by no flow. We've got a little bit more flow right now, but you can't go out as soon as the stream gets flow and go find the bugs because they haven't been repopulated yet. And if I'm not seeing the chat right now, so.
I don't see anything else in there, Cheryl, but I do have a quick question for you. We had talked about getting some Blue Thumb training a few years back, and then COVID hit and kind of messed everything up. Are you guys back to doing in-person training on a regular basis now?
We are back to doing in-person training. I'm glad you're asking that. We have a training coming up in Tulsa, September 10th and 11th. And this is kind of interesting, and I want you tribes to note this. We are going to a business in Owasso on August 31st and September 1st. They guarantee us that they will have 10 people to train, and they think they'll have a lot more, but we will come to you. If you have at least 10 people, and we prefer if you have more like 15 or 20, but if you have at least 10 people and you can do it during a weekday, we will come to you too. And here's another thing that you can do. You can also ask for a Project WET training, which is like a day one of a Blue Thumb training. It's a little bit different than that, but that at least gets an introduction to the stream out for folks. We don't cover the monitoring in that. And of course, the monitoring is what the hardcore people who are looking to make a difference, that's what they really want, because they want to go to their streams and find out what's going on. So, but yeah, Blue Thumb training is up and running. Let's make something happen.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much for inviting me to be with you today.
We're glad to have you, Ms. Cheryl. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to the next presenter. His name is Garland Kent Jr. He's from Otoe, Missouri Tribe, and he will be speaking over Otoe, Missouri Network Exchange. Garland, whenever you are ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
All right. Give me a second here, just get lined up. I'm fortunate to have my own IT here with me today. Okay. All right. Hey, thank you, Sean. I think I'm ready to go. All right. First of all, my name is Garland Kent Jr., and I'm the Network Exchange Assistant for the Otoe, Missouri Environmental Department. I'd like to thank Sean and Karen Dye and Doreen. I'm new to this actually. In another week or so, I'll be at this position now with the OEM-ED for about 2 years. So just kind of a little background on myself. Before I started working for the Otoe, Missouri Tribe, I turned around, was almost semi-retired. I was a professional babysitter there for about 3 years and took care of my granddaughter. And it's kind of like, I don't know who was taking care of who after a while. So, but that's the experience right there. So I got to spend some time with my granddaughter. And, but before that, I worked for the Behavioral Health of the Ponca Tribe, and I was the MSPI coordinator, which is, anybody doesn't know what MSPI means, it's methamphetamine suicide prevention. So I did a lot of education and prevention, coordinating and planning with youth and adults on this different types of, drug problems and suicide, and, and it was a good learning experience for me. And before that, I worked with, for years, I worked for the CHR, EMS, and environmental. Actually, back in those days, in the 90s, if anybody remembers, before the 0638 days, we had we had these programs that they were all like tied into one. So I had an environmental program, and it's nothing like it is today. So we barely touched the base of what we're doing today. So, but that's a little background on myself, what I'm doing and what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm just really happy to be here. And like I said, my name is Garland Kent Jr. Hopefully one of these days, I keep asking Karen, when are we going to be live one of these days? When we get to go visit and see each other, and I always told, and she said, well, one of these days. So if you guys don't mind, if you ever see me again, or if you know who I am, I like to be called Junior, and everybody knows that. I'm just, old as I am, I'm still called Junior. I'm named after my dad. So I just grew up with that name. So next time you see me, just say hello, Junior, and I'll probably break a neck. So, of course, that just comes to the point that, yes, you can teach an old dog new tricks. And that's what I can say about this environmental program. Once I stepped into it, it was a whole different world, and it kind of makes your eyes open up a little bit, and so what's going on around you, recycling. In fact, my first week was just doing some GAP, some GAP work under the GAP program we have here. So, of course, the girl, my water quality specialist, she was out on sick leave for a week or so. So I didn't really get to see her right off the bat, for a while. So, and that's who I ended up working with. And she has taught me a lot of things, and she's my to-go girl. And, so she's been around for like 13, 14 years now. So thanks to her, you might know her name is Teresa Turner. And if it wasn't for her, back in the days, when I first started that, I got a lot of my information for her. In fact, she took the time just to make me a little Bible of everything, which I still use to this day. So I want to get into my program. It is the Network Exchange program. And a lot of people, I just want to give you a quick overview of it. And let me see, let's go to the next first. There it is. And back in, just a little history here, back in 2002, the Environmental Information Exchange was launched by the EPA. And it collaborated with partnerships between EPA, states, territory, and tribes. And what it did, it offers significant benefits to partnering tribes by reducing operating costs and improving business process. And I have simply here, but kind of going through these ITEC virtual workshops, I have learned a new word, streamlining. And that's what I'm saying. Simply put, the NE makes the process of sharing data simple and efficient. So we was like kind of going over things earlier with my staff here. Our staff was here and kind of drilled me for a little bit. And one of the deals that kind of came up, and I just want to kind of put it out there before any of the question comes out, maybe says, and someone asked me and my staff said, what is Network Exchange? And that kind of stumped me for a little bit. So what is it, right? And the deal about it is it's a competitive grant. I don't know how many there are, but I know that other tribes and other regions have it. I have mine, I'm in Region 6, so there are other Region 10's got one. And of course, actually the kind of small definition of the Network Exchange provides it's a system used to convene environmental info to another. And just like I said, it's a simpler form, maybe, just like I said, it's just a simpler way. And some of the, like for us, people say, what do you do with yours? Or the exchange network is basically our tribe here, we use it for water. And I'm sure the other regions around here, 7 or 10, or they may have this same program, but they use it for something else. But it's all under the same umbrella of how you use it. So before I got here, well, right now, in my new grant, it's of course CEDN. It's a South Central Environmental Exchange Network. And basically what it is an intertribal consortium led by the Oto, Missouri Environmental Department. And we are funded by the EPA Exchange Network grant. This actually began in 2013 for us with the Iowa tribe. And due to turnovers and some other things, the Oto, Missouri tribe, we did apply for this grant. And so we eventually got it, I believe, in 2015. So this has been going on for our tribe for some time. So I would like to say, though, before that, like I said, before I got here in my time, I turned around and it was called COATS, which is a consortium of Oklahoma Occam's tribes. So, and I guess through time, we changed it over to CEDN. So OMD, you know, actually, we became the administrators of the grant back in 2015 through 2019. And that's just, you know, at that time, the 2015, we'd had our consortium consisted of 8 tribes. And it's the Oto Missouri Tribe of Indians, Iowa Tribe of Oklahoma, Tonkawa Tribe of Oklahoma, Kickapoo Tribe of Oklahoma, Second Fox Nation, Seminole Nation, Absentee Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma, and Osage Nation. Even though some of these right now, even though some of these are in our consortium now, we do, some of these tribes here are now some have left, but they're still passive. They have used our system before, and they're still included as being a passive tribe back in 2015, 2019. So we still include them as we go in our grant. And so back in OMD funded and continued as administrative network grant of a period of 2018 to 22. We just got about ready to finish up our grant here. And we did have due to COVID, we did have had to apply for an extension. So right now we're on year 4 of 4, and also started our 21 grant. We were awarded our 21 grant to 24. So we're actually at the present time, I'm working on with 2 simultaneously, 2 grants at the same time. So, but by 2020, I came on in 2020, in August of 2020, the network tribal consortium tribes at that time when I came on was 7. So, of course, it's the Oto Missouri Tribe of Indians and Iowa Tribe of Oklahoma and Tonkawa Tribe of Oklahoma, Kickapoo Tribe of Oklahoma, Kickapoo Tribe of Kansas, Comanche Nation, and Cheyenne and Arapaho. So, as we started, though, continuing with our consortium, we did have room for other tribes. So that's what one of my primary jobs was just to recruit new tribes into our consortium. And just recently, in the past 3 or 4 months here in 2022, CEDA, we welcomed 2 new tribes, Kaw Nation of Oklahoma and Porch Band of Creek of Alabama. So just as we talk, these 2 tribes just now came in, so which is we're happy they did, and which moved us up to 9 tribes now. So, and well, let's go to the OMD Network Exchange. Actually, the administrative, I'm just by the network. I'm the Network Exchange assistant. And basically my job, let me just try to narrow it down, go over this. If you read this, it helps tribes manage their environmental programs, data needs by providing technical capabilities that the tribes may not have to access, improve electronic information system and procedures, training for improved and streamlined data management. And there's that word, streamlined. So that was actually, I picked that up, and it's a new word for me, but it wasn't until October of 2020 actually when I really got into find out what the consortium was and how many tribes we had at the time. Like I said, 7, and of course we had like 4 or 5 passive tribes that at one time may have used Occam's or used our data system. But I turned around and it took me almost 6 months to reorganize this. And of course, I was actually hired during COVID time, and I spent a lot of time trying to reorganize and the paperwork that I, went off of and tried to contact some of these tribes. I turned around and tried to contact these people, and some of them are no longer there, or they went in, and some of the tribes didn't even know they were in a consortium. So it was just everybody had turnover. And that's where I was running the problem. So about February of 2021, I finally got our consortium together. And that's, so that kind of moves into where, and this is one of, and like I said, my contract and then my contractor, and I'm sure some of you probably heard of these guys, it's Go System. We do water, like I said. We use aquams, and of course, you look at some of the pictures here, and you see one of my partner there in crime, Teresa Turner. She's a water quality specialist, and she's been at this for a long time. And she, like I said, she's helped me out a lot. And after I got this consortium, and I finally got everybody together, and I actually asked them what was needed. And so one of the deals was we need one-on-one training, and that was hard to do because, of course, everybody was during the February and March and April time. We was pretty well still in COVID, so eventually it got moved down to about August the 24th. And during, you see this picture here, actually only 2 tribes didn't show up. So, and basically, I look at this picture, and there's probably 4 people in this picture that are actually returners. The rest of them you see are brand new to their tribes, and that's why they were here. And so they were here. We did one-on-one training with providing them with our Go systems. Came down, my contractor from Utah, they came down and we did one-on-one and 101 on Aquam's water data system of loading your data in. So in other words, if you turn around and it's kind of like the monitoring part. Of course, like we said, in where I'm, here in Oto country, we have 6 sites that we actually monitoring, and we go out and we have 10 monitoring sites per year. So, so we go out and do the monitoring, and then from there, once everything gets done, in-house sampling, and we use another contract to do some of our sampling. But once that's done, and then you're looking at the assessment part. And that's where we turn around and start loading our data into our Aquam system. The Aquam system, and this is some of the tribes, and like I said, we picked up 2 new tribes, and we're trying to streamline this of how to load your data into this system so it can go from WQX and get loaded into the EPA. So we're trying to make it a simple and painless process, and so if you see here, this is network exchange, Aquam's training June 28, 29 of 2022. All right, and after we did, like I said, after our first training, we turned around and everybody's wanting to, so we should have another one of these. And so we end up having another one of these at First Council. And the first one was really well, and it worked out, and we did have some bugs with it, a little bit of Wi-Fi problem. It was just the casino at the time, of course, they were going COVID too, but they tried to do the best they could to help us out to help this, make this meeting happen. So, but this time, I seemed like in 2022 here, we turned around and basically we had all the bugs worked out, and they renovated a new room, and everything was just right on notch. And my contractor Go system turned around and said we couldn't ask for nothing better. So, but if you look at this picture, we have there was 2 other tribes due to other conflicts and conferences, and that's some of the things that we're all running into now, since we're all get out and travel a little bit. There's trainings going on left and right now. So, but we did get to have Call Nation show up, and then of course Porch Creek from Alabama showed up, and of course Iowa's didn't get to make it last year because of COVID, so they made it this year. And Comanches didn't make it last year too because of COVID, but this year they sent their new person here. So he's a big smiler over there in the baseball cap over there. So so everybody had a good time. And you look at this, and the good thing about these trainings, and a lot of people is probably wondering, is that these trainings, they are one-on-one. And of course, we start from first, and we always ask people to bring their laptops and bring some data. So once you're logged into, this system, this Aquam system, then we start there, and then they start loading their data into the Aquam system. So like I said, of course, the network exchange here, the EPA benefits by receiving additional and new monitoring data from in and around EPA Region 6. Of course, I talked about this earlier. We have, like I said, water quality monitoring. Of course, like I said, that's if you guys do any that do water sampling, you know what sites you go to and how many you got, you know. So, and then plus, you know, once that's done, we're fortunate to get ours done in a day. It's, you know, and so, you know, we get up there in the morning and it's in the afternoon, we get done. And so, but the next day, like I said, Teresa's job is not done there. Of course, everybody that does water sampling knows the sampling part is, you know, it's not done yet. So, and that's where the water quality assessment comes in. And this is where she turns around and gets her data from and assessing what, you know, just say like, she just told me here earlier, it's just one of the assessments too, and she told me something about this was, just say for instance, you know, if it rains in my area today, we got a pretty good rain. And she told me, you know, it's advised not to go swimming after, after it rains. It's kind of like, don't go swimming after you eat 30 minutes. It's kind of like this, you know, do not go swimming in these creeks or ponds or lakes after, you know, it rains, because if anybody knows about runoff, you know, of course, in our area, we got farmland, you know, where we, some of the places we turn around and we monitor at, you know, they're right next to fields, wheat fields and stuff. We can even see when we're monitoring sometime, we can turn around and see that maybe there's a combine out there. There's somebody out there, you know, planting some more wheat or planting something else, you know. But can you imagine if it starts raining, you know, where's that runoff going to go? And so there is, you know, and sometimes our testings can almost tell that by the end of, you know, each, you know, like in the fall time, maybe one way, in the springtime, you know, and you can just almost say, hey, it's just because you can almost think how the farmers are, you know, plowing their fields up and putting fertilizer down and all their chemicals down. So that's what they said, you know, after, it's kind of hard to even monitor after a good rain too, because you don't know what you're going to get, because we always know, of course, in EPA, the runoff, you know, so that's what we do. Our program here, the water quality, and of course, I assist along with Network Exchange, assist along with her. You know, since I am, you know, as a liaison and an advocate for GO system and Aquams, and we use the data system. So I must learn this too and try to learn the best I can. Right now, I ain't saying I ain't the greatest at this, but after my second training, I started picking it up a little more. But I had one of our newest people go with me, and she turned around, and of course she knows a lot about computers and this and that, and it didn't take her long to pick this Occam data system up. So if you're looking down here too, some of the other things we're working on too right now, I'm not going to go into them because it kind of gets in depth, but tribal open dumping, you know, TODS, outdoor air quality and fish consumption advisory. We right now, GO system is working on a data system for these, and it will be coming out for our tribes and our consortium or anybody else that's wishing to, you know, maybe wonder about this. It's going to be the same setup. In fact, I believe the way we looked at it before, I was doing some test runs on it, and as I say, dummy runs. It was me especially. We turned around and did the tribal open dumping TODS, and it will be, I think it's going to be inside the Occam's data system. So once these are all done, this whole system will be set up inside the data system. So, all right, like I said, this is thanks to my staff earlier. They were all here kind of quizzing me and give me some pointers and all this and that. And they even made me get up and do a live presentation. And while they were sitting there eating, and I had to watch them eat. So, of course, Angela Heim is our OEMED coordinator. She's been here for 20 some years, I believe. Teresa Turner, like I said, our water quality specialist. And she's been here maybe 13, 14, maybe 15 years now. Crystal Romero, our environmental technician, which handles the GAP program. Some of you might know her. She's been around going on 9, 10 years herself. So you look at these guys, like I said, and next week I'll be here 2 years. So this bunch here has got some time on me. So you look here, Michelle Bailey now is our new air quality technician. And she's the one I turned around and I thought, you know, I better take this girl with me on his training because she, you know, and she did pick this Aquam's data system pretty quick. So, which helps me out in the long run. And that's one of my jobs is down the line as these consortiums, once they get involved and they get involved with our Aquam's data system and come in the consortium, my job is to go out there in the field or go visit these guys. Maybe they call me up, like the China Arapahoes will call me up, or the Tonkwall tribe may call me up and say, hey, we're having problems on this one deal. Can you come over and just look at it? And so we have done this, you know, so we take off a couple of days, or not a couple of days, but take off a day and go there and visit them and see what the problem is. And usually it's pretty fixable. And actually, 2 times I visited the CNA tribes, the China Arapahoes and the Comanches in 2 days, and both their problems were fixed just almost immediately. And of course we get technical support from Aquam. So we just give them a call. We're on a 3-way and a call, and they just like everything is screenshot, everything pulls up. Their Aqua data system is, they can see it where they're at in Salt Lake City. So this kind of, everybody can see what's going on at the same time and see where they went wrong. And they just walk step by step to it until you turn around and get to where you find your problem at. And usually, anybody knows about data systems, it usually could probably just be maybe very simple, you know. And so far, fortunate, most of the stuff we have run into just very simple. So, and this is what I say about the Aquam data system. It basically just eliminates 2 or 3 steps. One of the guys that, you know, I talked to just recently, he says that just learn this. And he said, you know, I eliminated 2 or 3 steps out of there, you know, just load my data in. And not only that, then getting to WQX and then moving it on to EPA. So there was a lot, there's a lot of things eliminated, and they were doing spreadsheets or doing something else that, you know, of course we know there's other data systems out there, and some of these tribes are not even using data systems. They were still using the old way. And that's why, and that's what one of the purposes of the Network Exchange Program and grant is to, they were planning on moving this outdated data systems out. I think there were like 6 or 7, maybe 8 of them out there in the States, and to try to change them out. That's where the EPA, I believe, you know, began this grant back in 2002. And that was the whole purpose, was to turn around and to, you know, bring everything up to par. And then, you know, it's just like everything was so outdated. And that's what I say. I keep looking at some of the, you know, some of the presentations, and that's, you know, in the past year or so, that's a thing I see that we're all going to, not just environmental, but some other programs too that are around us. Maybe we've been hanging, you know, been doing the same thing for a long time. Maybe, you know, how technology keep, you know, every day is something technology keeps up, you know. So, and that's basically what the Network Exchange did. They were just trying to get the old data out and try a new approach to it technically. So, and this is my staff, and then, all right, and our last one is, this is a picture from our, right before our second meeting in 22 there. And of course, that's me on the left there, and it's Michelle. And this is Kayla Gower and Mindy Dolan. They're from Aquam's, they're from Go System, and they're our instructors. And not only that, you're looking at Teresa Turner there. And if everybody remembers Teresa, she's still here and still doing good. And of course, So one of the main things we've been trying to do here is to get our people involved and our council involved. So this is Myra Pickering here. She's one of our council people for the Oto, Missouri Business Council. So she's happy to come down and say hello to everybody and, welcome, the tribes here. And so, what I'd like to say right now, so everybody looks at that word, I kind of went around the horn on my staff. We all kind of went up. But this word here means Wardoki, and that's an Oto word for, it means prayers to you all. And also it means thank you and welcome for letting me be on, do my presentation with you guys today. So from that, Sean, from that point is kind of down with kind of, is there any questions out there? Anybody have any questions or?
I don't really have a question. This is Sean, but I do want to say that, Junior, I think that you're a real natural at this presentation. I don't know why you had to practice so much, and tell those girls that I think you did a great job and that you're just a natural.
Yeah, thank you. Do I mean I get to go eat now?
Yes.
Get to eat lunch. I was scared to eat lunch. So.
All right, if we don't have any other questions, that wraps it up for this little session here. I'd like to thank you, Junior, Cheryl, and Kate for your presentations. Thank you all. They were all great. We'll close off here. We'll meet back up here at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, there we go. Welcome to the last session of the ITEC Conference. We're going to talk about drone technology today. And our first speaker is Nathan Moses Gonzalez from the Colville Confederated Tribes and N3 Agriculture Technologies, presenting about applications and limitations of drones in agriculture. You have the floor, Nathan.
Great, thank you. That was funny. I was trying to get my, couldn't figure out how to press play on my presentation. But yeah, thank you so much for inviting myself today. And, on behalf of M3 and the Colville Confederated Tribes, just really awesome to see all the work that you all have done out there. And it's really cool to see all the different use cases and applications that folks are looking at, whether it's forestry, managing different sort of lands. I think it's all really interesting stuff. So, over the past several years, we've worked quite a bit on different sort of technologies, whether it's looking at drones, Internet of Things technologies, machine learning. We've had an opportunity with some of our federal partners through United States Department of Agriculture and the Environmental Protection Agency to look at a number of topics. And so, how we kind of look at these internally is we go through a multi-step process here where we look at exploration of topics. So, conducting literature reviews, working with scientists that are subject matter experts in specific fields, and then working with them to identify areas where unmanned aircraft systems or uncrewed aircraft systems can make the most sense to any sort of given application or tool suite. And then from there, after we select our systems, we go through a process to optimize our deployments. So we look at doing cost benefit analysis, comparing, for example, what is the cost in terms of ground-based labor in comparison to the uncrewed aircraft systems? Are there cost savings there? If so, what are the transition points to make success on those sort of programs? And then from there, we look at deploying this technology and preparing it for for technology transfer, whether that's to tribal entities, other tribes, as well as potentially even to the federal government. That's sort of where we look at these tools in terms of the exploration, optimization, and deployment of them. And then basically our goals are looking at the unmanned aircraft systems are to explore the automated use of these systems and to cooperate with other research partners and stakeholders who share the similar needs that we have as well as challenges. And I think working in rural areas, seeing these drones operating in these spaces is a really huge opportunity for folks like us to leapfrog forward into these more advanced technologies without incurring huge costs related to things like fixed wing aircraft. And so that's sort of where we started at. And over the past several years, we've worked quite a bit with universities and federal government to develop any number of techniques related to insect pest management, monitoring insects from the air, releasing from the ground, or releasing from the air and monitoring on the ground. So we've worked with programs, from here in Washington State all the way up to Canada, and partnered with other groups here in the West as well as in the state of Ohio to explore a number of interesting problems that unmanned aircraft systems or uncrewed aircraft systems could benefit from. So, you know, myself, my background is in entomology. I'm sort of cross-trained between developing entomological services as well as integrating technology through drones to deploy these systems. And so recently I was asked to put together a special collection looking at how we use uncrewed aircraft systems or drones in insect pest management. And through this process, myself and some of our partners published a couple papers. One of them focused on the use of flying multiple unmanned or uncrewed aircraft systems in a swarm to release sterile insects, which is a sort of beneficial approach to managing crops. So in this system, we release a whole bunch of these sterilized flies. They don't produce any offspring. It reduces the chemical use substantially. And then, you know, for the environment, that's a huge win where we're able to reduce the amount of chemicals that are going in to the environment, as well as increase the sustainability of these crops and yields as a result. And then also just kind of put together a special collection or like a sort of intro chapter describing at a high level, you know, how folks are using unmanned aircraft systems throughout the entomological discipline, how these systems are integrating with existing insect pest management programs, and then, you know, sort of what the future is and how we think about tying the drones into other sorts of data sets. And so just kind of looking back to how we got started here. Before really focusing on the drone side of things, I myself used to work at the United States Department of Agriculture, where I worked there from the time I was 19 until, you know, basically through my undergraduate and graduate career, worked in a lab in Phoenix, Arizona, looking specifically at a topic called sterile insect technique, which I kind of just hinted at earlier. But this was really the impetus for us to understand how to use these systems, and what really helped me translate this service and these tools to our tribe up here at Caldwell Confederated Tribes was initially looking at this first very large program. And so this program that I worked on in Arizona and actually throughout the southwestern United States was called the Pink Bollworm Eradication Program. And so it was a very significant economic pest that drove cotton control and you know, challenges in the Southwest for a number of years. And by the time that we were really looking at this as an eradication program or attempting to eliminate this invasive exotic species from North America, it was extremely expensive in the cost of billions of dollars. And so I started working in this program in 2004. Just 4 years prior to that, they decided to switch from a suppression program across the southwestern United States and northern Mexico into an eradication program to look to eliminate this species that's native to India once and for all from the North American continent. And so basically the way that we accomplished this was we used large fixed wing aircraft to control these various environments, whether it was releasing in Texas, Arizona, in northern Mexico. And then in addition to using the aircraft, the manned aircraft, we also looked at using a BT sterile insect technique, managing the crops through standard cultural controls, and then monitoring the insect populations through traps. And so you can see the scale of this operation. It was massive. So over the course of 12 years that we operated this eradication program, you know, we started working in West Texas and went all the way over into the San Joaquin Valley in California. And the entire time that we were using this program, we were operating fixed wing aircraft. And these programs are already very expensive in their cost to begin with. And the actual aircraft portion of the system was around 40% of the total operating cost. So as we came to the end of looking at this specific project, the epilogue that we started to pursue was, you know, what will this look like to operate these sort of programs in the future? If we had the technology that we have today as a starting point, where would we start from? You know, where would we start at in terms of building these systems? Would we continue to operate these fixed wing aircraft, or would we go look into something, you know, more lighter weight, smaller, potentially easier to deploy? And so just kind of backing up and looking at the metrics for the aircraft that will, you know, kind of talk about how we augmented this system with the drones. These are very large systems. You know, this is a Cessna 172. It's designed as like a family sort of transport plane, so you can carry like 4 people inside the aircraft plus baggage. And so we actually retrofitted this aircraft with a release device, and that release device contained these sterile insects that we would eventually release into the wild. And attached to the aircraft. This is a USDA airplane, and those are insects actually dropping out of the bottom of the plane. It's pretty crazy. And this is, you know, caught in Arizona. And so in 2015, we developed this first system with USDA to release these sterile insects into the wild, just as a means to assess whether or not this is a viable technique. And you know, when we started this program, we were mostly looking at just a proof of principle. not necessarily looking at the economic impact, but just attempting to demonstrate that this was a viable approach. And we actually found through that first year assessment that even with very suboptimal deployments, we were mostly focused on at that point in time getting the proper certifications in place. We were able to actually use these systems to reduce the cost substantially for releasing the sterile insects. And so, from there, we decided to look at what does this actually do for sterile insect technique as a practice. And we wanted to come up here to Washington State to work more closely with Caldwell Confederated Tribes to support and increase the sustainability of ag production here in Washington State. So right along the western border of Caldwell Confederated Tribes, there is a very large intensity of agricultural production. And here in Washington State, we're the #1 apple producer in the country. We produce over 180,000 acres of apples. And these crops require a lot of management. As specialty crops, there's a lot of labor, a lot of inputs that go into it. And increasingly, a challenge that we see here in this state is a resistance to certain chemical controls that have been the standard practice for decades of time. And so it seemed like a great opportunity to increase the sustainability in this region, as well as improve the economics of production by using the sterile insect technique. And so from there, we looked at creating a service. And so you can see, I wonder if I can see my cursor. So this is sort of the area that Caldwell Confederated Tribes exists within. So this is the Columbia River. Right here, it kind of flows down to Wenatchee and then out to the Pacific. And the Columbia River buttresses our eastern border, and then our western border is contained by the Okanagan River. And so this is sort of the area of the tribe, and you can see there's substantial growing regions around us that require a substantial amount of inputs. And so we worked to actually use these uncrewed aircraft systems, these drones, to supplement and augment the current labor practices, as well as reduce the reliance on chemicals by using the sterile insect technique. And so here's a video of some of the stuff that we've worked on recently. This is probably from 2019. We were testing out using swarm technology to actually increase the footprint and coverage that we had. So a great application of the uncrewed or drone systems is that they can help us automate the processes to release objects, in this case, insects, into the wild. One of the great limitations is their payload, as I'm certain you guys are well aware of, that these systems, this one's about 1 meter across. It's a hexacopter. It's not really designed, nor is it capable of carrying very much payload beyond 5-10 kilograms at a time. So in order to increase the footprint and coverage per flight operation, we actually started to deploy these systems in swarms to facilitate more rapid release of these sterile insects into orchard systems. And we found that was very successful. So currently, with the drone systems that we operate, we provide a multitude of services ranging from the sterile insect release to beneficial insect release. We also support our specialty crop growers in this region by applying pollination. And then we do active sensing through things like multispectral as well as LiDAR to help us better understand, how these tools are actually supporting growers, not only directly by monitoring the insect population damage, but also indirectly in terms of monitoring plant health and seeing what the broader impacts are of these sort of systems. And so kind of stepping back to our publications on this topic, we were able to deploy these uncrewed systems to achieve quite a bit of success. So when we started off, we were releasing about 86% of the sterile insects into the wild. Over several iterations, we were able to improve these release devices to release upwards of 96% of sterile insects for biocontrol or other autocidal techniques. And then we developed the sterile insect technique specifically to support these sort of operations in high wind and inclement weather environments. So previously, we were using some DJI aircraft to great success. Some of the challenges for us, though, was like if we ever had inclement weather or high winds with the payload that we'd attach to those aircraft, oftentimes they just couldn't handle the mission parameters. So we actually have to produce these systems here locally. We build these internally, and then we deploy these throughout any number of operational systems. So the real great part for us is that we've taken these tools and have provided technology transfer not only to USDA Animal Plant Health Inspection Service, but also to the Canadian government to help them better deploy these systems. And on our side, I think what the great application is for us is that we in turn get to share a lot of that data and see how they're using their systems, and which helps us improve our applications here in Washington State. And so one of the things that we think quite a bit about is, how do we integrate what we're doing in the air with autonomy and make sense of that on the ground with what we're sensing from, any number of physical sensors that we leave out in the field. And we feel that the development of these cybernetic, in this case, or cyber physical systems, or IoT, Internet of Things, we believe that it's important to create these sort of persistent sensing technologies to help us identify these sort of cryptic and previously unfound or unconsidered challenges in insect pest management. So if we can combine the drones with sense data on the ground to help us improve our decision making, then there's potential to deploy these drones to much greater effect to support specialty crop production here in Washington. And so back at my alma mater, Arizona State University, myself and a professor friend of mine partnered up, and we actually trained a graduate student together to develop these machine learning models that help us understand some of the major challenges that we face up here with CCT, or Cabo Confederated Tribes, with sort of like insect pests like grasshoppers. So here in the Western United States, there's a large annual survey that happens, where people will go out and physically observe different control points. So each one of these little dots you see on this map, a human went, a team of folks went to each one of these locations on an annual basis, in this case in 2019, and physically looked at the ground using a sort of a technique to count the number of insects. And it's very labor intensive, it takes a lot of time, and the identification for these things is actually pretty subjective. If you have somebody with 30 years of experience looking and counting, they're going to see more insects than if you have somebody with 3 years of experience, say. And so as folks are starting to retire and leave this sort of space, we thought it was really important for us to look at how we can use emerging techniques like computer vision and machine learning to actually standardize the counts as people retire, so that when those folks retire, we can actually take their training and put it into these machine learning tools and help us increase the uniformity of identification. So here's just a basic workflow of how we accomplish this, and this will eventually tie back to drones at the end. But essentially, we capture the images on the ground, we annotated the images through a couple of applications, and then we applied a convolutional neural network to help us create better feature extractions and identification. And then at the end of that, the models itself actually outputs these labels for us to see and count the number of insects in the field. And so we tested this down in Arizona, just to be close to Arizona State University. And we actually infested these grasshoppers, these sanguinipes hoppers, into this field cage, as you see here. So just kind of doing a basic experiment. The robotic arm moving back and forth is simulating a drone flight. And so basically what we did was we just put a whole bunch of grasshoppers in this area, and we had our gantry system just going back and forth, taking photos in this field environment. And then we annotated those and developed a couple different models to actually help us identify these insects. And so, I'll just kind of leave this screen here for just a moment. If you look around in there's going to be some grasshoppers. They're very hard to identify, they're difficult to see. And this is sort of the challenge, like we're looking at a zoomed in photo of the Earth, but when you send an identifier out to the field, they don't have a lot of time in each field site. And it's very difficult to pick these things out of their background. They're evolved to be camouflaged into space. And so it's difficult to see these things. And so this is sort of the machine learning process that we applied to it. So we put a high contrast background onto the green and brown colors, allowing the insects to pop out. And then we annotated those with the software that helped us outline the details of the edge of those insects. And then we bounded them to actually train the models. And so we used both the meshing, which is the sort of detailed outline, as well as the bounding boxes to help our models train. And we found a really high accuracy across 3 different types of machine learning models here. So we looked at MS Coco, which is a Microsoft system, and that we uploaded 1,000 images into it, processed that through a cloud for about 3 to 4 hours. And then we saw 90 to 95% accuracy on this system. And it's really good for small objects. So for us, what we did, we actually looked at the insects at 5 different life phases. And we were able to identify them with high precision across all 5 life stages. We also looked at ImageNet, which is another sort of system out there that had comparable results, a little bit longer on the model development time, so just slightly more expensive. It's more optimized for large objects like basketballs or footballs. But we were able to train it to the same effect as our MS Coco model, although MS Coco is better designed for small objects like insects. And then we wanted to see, what would it look like to actually put these things on cell phones? So when our field personnel go to the field, maybe they can use a cell phone instead of having to carry a camera or a drone. Something, if they see something on the ground, they can just take a photo right quick and upload that for processing. And with those 1,000 images, we found about 70 to 75% accuracy. So obviously having stronger models like MS Coco or ImageNet provided us better results. But the challenge there is they're not those models won't necessarily work as well on things like a smartphone. But a smartphone model helps us achieve 70 to 75% accuracy, which is really good for ground truthing and personnel in the field. So basically, the purpose of this model development here was then to combine that and add that to the drone system. So then, as drones fly overhead, we can use them to map large transects of field environments, and then actually pick up those insects from these field sites. So up here in Washington, we deal quite a bit with the Mormon cricket. It's a little katydid. It's actually not like necessarily a grasshopper or a cricket, but it's really destructive in this area. And so we're able to use those to help not only CCT accomplish this task of monitoring for these insects, but also support USDA's mission in terms of managing rangeland health and helping tribes understand, and measure the scope and scale of the challenges they face with these really destructive insect pests. And so after developing this initial set of grasshopper models through a Plant Protection Act with USDA, we looked at training another set of 6 insects to help identify problems that we actually see for those that are adjacent to us here at CCT, for problems that are specific to specialty crops. So we created models to help them identify moth pests that they'll find in their traps. The Asian giant hornet or murder hornet was a major topic, so we created some models to help identify that as well, and some little psyllids as well for other types of problems that we see. And so, the major impact of combining these things was really that we were able to use these sort of systems to not only integrate the application that we see from the air with the drones, but the decision making on the ground to help actually better deploy these systems as we move across space. So, we'll in the future look to deploy large area networks that will cover, vast swaths of our tribe, as well as some of our adjoining lands that we work closely with here in the Okanagan, and then use those sort of tools to help us identify cryptic problems so we can better respond to them in a more timely manner and reduce the overall cost of those responses. So this is sort of an example of one of our current test networks where this is just off of CCT, where we have set up a large monitoring area with a commercial grower to help them better understand, what the challenges are they're facing in terms of inputs, with the hopes of helping them reduce their inputs, helping them look at, things like plant health from the air. Are we able to find areas where, maybe there's a need for more nutrition here or less watering there? We're really just trying to combine what we can sense in the air with what we can sense on the ground to help growers in our area make better decisions about how they manage their crops. And the hopes there is that we can reduce their amount of chemical input so that eventually when it comes to our Columbia River, we're not seeing as much chemical runoff into that watershed. And so beyond that, we've also developed just some monitoring techniques to integrate machine learning into various aspects of computer vision. So here, for example, you're seeing a row of an apple orchard, and the system is going to go through and count to provide crop load estimations for our growers nearby. And all of these things are really designed to help reduce the cost of labor. Really hoping to see less vehicle traffic in the orchards, which by and large will hopefully reduce emissions over the scale of this state. And so, we've also dashboarded a couple things to help us better identify pest problems, and then things that we're really excited about. And we're hosting a meeting up here, CCT and a group from Canada, looking at how sterile insect technique, this sort of topic that I started to talk about at the beginning, can really proliferate throughout here in Washington State and beyond. Working with CCT to actually develop these modules and create these sort of capacities to then ship these out to other regions of the country and world to support using this sort of sterile insect technique in lieu of chemical controls. So on that front, we've had a lot of engagement with different members of Congress as well as with USDA. And the goal here is to leverage, a diversity of funding sources to help CCT create this capacity to actually proliferate the sterile insect technique throughout these regions. And so we're currently testing a lot of these tools at the moment, working with departments in California and Michigan, up here in Washington. We're discussing developing a center of excellence to support sterile insect technique, as well as integrating that with drones and other technologies we're working on. And so, I think some of the exciting things that we see is that, looking to the future, the opportunities for these drone systems, especially in rural and remote environments, is really high. And I just wanted to give like a quick overview, a broad strokes overview of how we use these systems and what we're looking at. And thank you for your time. I hope this was informative or at least interesting stuff. And yeah, thank you. Are there any
Very
questions?
interesting, Nathan. Does anyone have any questions for Nathan? You can comment them in the chat box or raise your hand, unmute. I don't see any in my chat box. You may check yours if someone messaged you privately.
Okay, yep, I don't see any questions.
Okay.
So yeah, well, thank you guys so much. I thought, I've really enjoyed to listen in today, and I hope that this presentation was useful.
Yes, very. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Carly from the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux community. Did I say that right?
Mdewakanton.
Okay, I shouldn't have even tried.
Oh, good.
All right, Carly's going to be presenting on using LiDAR to understand microtopography in restored prairies.
Perfect. All right. Are you guys just seeing my presenters mode?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. All right. So my talk today is going to be on using LiDAR to visualize microtopography in our restored prairie sites. And this was my master's thesis with Montana State University. And I was able to do it on the tribal lands of the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux community. I just wanted to give some background about the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux community. So they're located 30 minutes southwest of Minneapolis in the traditional lands called Minnesota Makoche. And then I also pronounce, because it's kind of a mouthful, but they're actually a Mdewakanton Dakota tribe known as the Dwellers of Spirit Lake. And then Minnesota as a state is kind of divided in half between the Anishinaabe in the north and then the Dakota to the south. And if anyone has any interest in kind of what our Land and Natural Resources Department is doing, I shared a link in my presentation, and you can just find it through shakopeedakota.org. We have some cool videos there. Feel free to check it out. So I wanted to kind of first go through how SMSC uses drone technology. We started using it as a tribe back in 2016. And as a Land and Natural Resources Department, one of the biggest tools we use this for is orthomosaic mapping, which is essentially just an aerial map, but it's a lot greater detail. We can get it to be such a degree of accuracy that we're able to kind of identify plant species from it. And it helps a lot with management techniques. You can map out different vegetation, see how a different restoration site has progressed through time, and be able to also check out how a construction site is going and so on and so forth. So there are obviously a lot of different uses for an orthomosaic maps. So through orthomosaic maps, we're able to use, through our drone technology, multispectral classification. We've used this in a number of different ways. So one of the ways is using it for a traditional food source, wild rice. We're able to take the coloration of the rice and able to classify it from cattails or other aquatic vegetation, and be able to get wild rice vegetative densities. In this picture over here, we're actually using it for an invasive shrub called buckthorn, and we're able to get a pretty accurate description of the cover and density of the buckthorn in this woodland area. Kind of a new fun thing that we are using with our drone technology is using it with thermal detection of wildlife. So the drone that we use has a dual camera system. So what you're looking at over here are 5 horses out in a pasture when we used it for a proof of concept. I have thus used it to do aerial counts for deer, so we can kind of get a good handle of where our deer population is. And now the big thing that I love using the drones for is our LiDAR systems. So with our LiDAR systems, we're able to make incredibly accurate digital elevation models that can go into the sub-meter. And then with that, we're able to create different contour lines that have been very important for different management activities, especially for wetland delineations and other things like that. And also with our LiDAR technology, we've been able to create 3D models. This is a 3D model using LiDAR of a forest system. As you can kind of see, the red areas are like the taller trees, and then you kind of get a little bit more of these shrubs coming in closer. And with this 3D modeling, we're able to use it for our forests and tell how tall the trees are, how much cover the trees are having on the understory, and also we can typically get even like woodland densities as well. And then kind of my main focus for my master's thesis was on microtopography. This is kind of like a real close-up picture, a little bit where you can see those little bumps in that LiDAR. And so this is just using the point cloud data. And you can see that microtopography. And that's one of the reasons why LiDAR is actually so accurate, is because you can get it into the sub-meter. Our LiDAR is accurate to about 2 centimeters, which is pretty incredible. And so we're able to get a really huge detail of our landscape. So microtopography might seem like it might be a new word to some of you. So microtopography just means that a variation in the surface layer, usually it's less than one meter, and so it can be created by water movement across the surface or different animal behaviors. Think of bison trampling through a prairie, or how moles will sometimes create like those little hills. And that's kind of what I have here, where if you have rainfall coming in, you're going to have an increase in runoff off of this little area of microtopography, which is actually going to increase your infiltration into your soil, and that increases that soil nutrient movement. And that also then increases the root structure's ability to uptake those nutrients. And that kind of affects our plant communities. And so microtopography has a really important role in these different ecosystem services. And so it kind of led me to think that if we're able to use it as a monitoring technique. So I went out into our prairies and I saw a lot of different microtopographies, and these are restored prairies. And so I saw like foxholes being dug, and so here's an example of some of microtopography. A fire had just gone through this area and it burned the bunch grasses that are just coming up over here. And that's an example of microtopography. And then we have a lot of pocket gophers, and so they kind of will create these little mounds, and then you can kind of see they've created these little tunnels through here. And then in this area, it's completely absent. So you can see like it's pretty flat in that spot. And so to go out and capture these small differences in the soil, we're using LiDAR technology. And essentially what LiDAR does is it sends out a laser to the ground, and then it sends that laser point back up, and it's actually able to detect your vegetation and your ground depending on what order that those laser points come back in. This is the drone that I mainly fly, and it's a fairly large drone. It's a Matrix 600 Pro, and I'm using a yellow scan surveyor. And so it does have a little bit of limitations. You can't get the data in real time at the moment, but I think in future models, the yellow scan is going to start incorporating those types of skills. That type of data collection into that. And then once you take that data, you go into you have to do some post-processing in CloudStation. And so over here, we have our strips of data. So these are our flight lines over here on the left. And then you're able to pick and choose which parts of the data you want to kind of reduce the noise you have, or the data that's not going to be used or helpful. And as you can see again, so this is showing all of the points in this system, and you can tell exactly where the trees are. they can be incredibly accurate. You can tell where the waterways are, where the low spots are, and it's just from one single 15-minute flight. So it's a pretty powerful technology. So one of the issues that I ran into was trying to get my LiDAR into a usable format to do statistical analysis. So I just wanted to share this with you guys in case you ever have to do it yourself. And so with LiDAR points, you're going to end up with all of that different information. So you're going to have your vegetation, maybe buildings, or your ground. And so you're going to go through a classification for the ground points. And as you can see, like this reduces it a lot because the ground points are the last laser point to get to hit back over into the LiDAR system. And you're able to create digital elevation models. So this is a digitizing each of those points into squares and making them a little bit more of an equal static point. And then you can create a multi-feature point and then a single point classification to get an attribute table. So otherwise you can't get the LiDAR points out. So now that we kind of have a baseline of all of the LiDAR and drone technology, I wanted to go over my specific study. So I used 20 different study sites. I used crop fields, fallow fields, or fields that hadn't been plowed or just plowed in more than a year. And then newly restored prairies, which are just prairies that had been established within the last 10 years. And older restored prairies are prairies that got restored 10 years ago or longer. And then I have some of these examples also on the map. I have a older restored prairie. These are at like 1 to 1,000, I think. So you can kind of start to look at the differences in the microtopography throughout these different sites. So the overview of this study was that I wanted to compare to crop sites, which are what a lot of our restored prairies are originally. Well, not originally, but they were crop sites for a long time. A lot of them were in crop rotations for about 80 years. And so I wanted to compare crop sites, so like they're typically corn and soybeans, to fallow fields. So these are old farm fields that for whatever reason have been left to go fallow. So in this picture, a reed canary grass has kind of taken over this field. And then I wanted to look at new restored prairies. So again, that's prairies restored within the last 10 years, and then older restored prairies, or prairies that were restored 10 or more years ago. I want to just like take a moment to step back so newer restored prairies tend to have a lot of these gaps between the vegetation. And the older restored prairies, as you can see, like they don't have a lot of gaps. Like all of these plains are kind of growing up on top of each other. And that was one major difference that I had noticed between the two. And I wanted to see if there was a difference. So if you looked at the microtopography of a newer restored prairie, can you tell the difference with an older restored prairie? And what I started to find was that the LiDAR was incredibly accurate. And so you can even see like in these corn and soybean fields, I expected them to be completely flat. And they are, except for we have areas where you can see like where erosion is occurring. And I thought that was really interesting because in statewide flights, areas of erosion were not typically coming up in those LiDAR flights, but they came up very clear in these flights. Then when you look at fallow fields, they also maintain a lot of this flatness, but you start to see a little bit more of that microtopography coming up, and also a lot more of that erosion effect occurring across the landscape. Then when we look at our newer restored prairies, it's kind of a similar story of they're a little flat. You're starting to see a little bit more of those little bit more of that microtopography. But it's still relatively flat, and you can still see some areas where that erosion is occurring. You can see some of these gullies coming in over here. But then when you take a look at the older restored prairies, it's a pretty stark difference. So you can really see, especially like in the first site, that there's a lot more variation on that soil surface than in the other sites. You still see some of that flatness from the areas being plowed. Then I think you would in like a remnant prairie, but it's slowly starting to recover. And so I think that this makes this a really important tool that you can use to showcase different restorations and the ability to like visualize it in an easier format, because sometimes it can be really difficult to explain, like, well, site number 5 has like a lot of diversity in it, but being able to visually see, like, here's what it was as a crop, and now here it is as like an old prairie site, and see that visual change is kind of interesting. So some of the conclusions that I was able to draw from my study was that microtopographic variation was the highest in older restored prairies. We've done vegetation surveys at all of these prairie sites, and they also ended up having the highest biodiversity. And as you guys could see throughout the rest of those LiDAR pictures, farming still affects restored prairies for many years after production. Some of those prairies are 20 years old, and you could still see that those flattening effects happening from farming, or even those like farm lines from tillage and other implements. And so I kind of came to the conclusion that I think LiDAR could be a really good tool to add to our tool bag for being able to monitor tall grass prairies. Yeah, that's it. Any questions? I guess I flew through it real fast.
Thank you, Carly. We've got a couple of questions that have come in. What is the approximate cost of investment for equipment, supplies, and software for utilizing drone technology to conduct studies?
Yes, that's a great question. So the Matrix 600, I think, is about $10,000 to $20,000. That one, I think, is slowly kind of becoming coming off of the market, and they're switching to a different drone that's created in America. I think it's the Atlas. The LiDAR technology is what's really cost prohibitive. I think that was around $80,000. And so in total, that system was about $100K to purchase. But it's very new to be like on the market for so I think that prices will start to drop. Otherwise, I know that a lot of state agencies are starting to create public data for LiDAR in the meantime. But we were also able to purchase our drone through EPA funding.
Thank you. A second one is, do you need RTK or other adjacent tools to achieve 2 centimeter accuracy for your LiDAR data?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Nathan, would you like to?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, perfect.
So like, so when we did a LiDAR assessment looking at rangeland grass, just trying to look at if we can see like forage density changes between like areas where grasshoppers have fed and areas where they did not. And one of the things that was really critical for us to have enough accuracy in our data was to have the real-time kinesmetic or RTK survey tool to actually give us like a really high quality ground control point for our data. Did you guys have to use anything like that within your experiments or developments to achieve, I guess, like to achieve your precision and accuracy for your data?
Nope, we didn't have to use that. We used a base station instead, to achieve like our accuracy. But the surveyor itself, that was like the only thing that we had to do to ensure like our accuracy.
Mhm.
But we're not looking at we weren't looking at insects, so it was kind of like we're not like super like sub centimeter accurate, that was okay.
Mhm. Yeah, and so did you guys use so alongside of like setting up your survey for your LiDAR analysis, did you guys have to use any sort of ground control points in your data, or were you able just to purely go off of your base station plus your sensor?
We were just able to go out with our LiDAR and with our base station. Yep. Yeah, so we didn't have to have ground control points.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then like I don't know, maybe these are just more like questions about because like that it's really interesting. So I used the Phoenix LiDAR in the past, and I'm just kind of looking at like what are the new systems that are out there, and like what was the amount of like pulses they received and things like that. Where is your yellow scan? Is that a product made here in the U.S. or where is that from? Do you know?
No, it's actually made in France.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then do you know how many like points per second are being emitted by the sensor, and then like how many they're receiving and stuff like that?
Oh shoot, I think it's 9 points per second. But I'm
And then
not
yeah, like
1,000% sure. Yeah.
okay, and then yeah, because that's something like I'm always wondering about is like you know obviously the higher altitude we can get, the wider the field of view.
Yeah.
But then if we don't have enough pulses, then we may miss because you're going to also miss some pulses returning, right? So like I'm always curious about that. What altitude were you guys flying at when you guys were doing your mapping?
I was flying at 250 feet. I had to switch it from meters.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Does anyone else have any questions? I don't see any more in the chat box. So we will move on to the next session. Or next speaker, sorry.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So next up is Brian Post with the Choctaw Nation. He's going to give an overview of Choctaw Nation's advanced technology initiatives and participation in the FAA Beyond program. Hi, Brian.
Thanks, Ashley. Can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect. Try to share my screen too. Oh. Okay. So probably seen the fire missions, but let me start back over and tell me, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. So I'm Brian Post. I'm with the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. And a little bit about my background. I've spent the last 20 plus years in financial planning and analysis and project management, acquisitions, divestitures, corporate development type roles in a bunch of different industries and a bunch of different companies. And I've been with the Choctaw Nation now for a little over 7 years. The Choctaw Nation, being the third largest tribe, is located in southeast Oklahoma. You can see a picture there of Oklahoma, where we make up the 10.5 counties of southeast Oklahoma. We were the first tribe to be on the forestry location, the Trail of Tears, what it became known as, and a lot of extreme poverty, as we know, and persecution. To build what we are proud of today, having over 12,000 employees and a several multi-billion-dollar industries and companies and businesses. We've got the 5th largest casino resort in the world, just in Durant. That's a picture of it. Just the expansion opened up. That newest one that you're seeing in August of last year, and I'll get down into the weeds now of really what we're doing in drones. We started to look, we got an EDA grant, Economic Development Administration grant, to look at ways to kind of start getting into new industries and diversifying from our successful businesses. And one of the things that kept coming up was drones and emerging aviation and emerging technologies. And oil and gas, of course, is the biggest industry here in the state of Oklahoma. Aviation is actually the number 2, the second largest here in the state of Oklahoma. And so we started to look at what would it take to start getting into doing more drone work from a regulatory standpoint, implementing drones and flying taxis and all of that kind of fun stuff into our airspace and into the region. And with that grant, we did several reports, and about the time we were ending those reports is when the Department of Transportation and the FAA came out with this integration pilot program. And we were one of 10 entities, municipalities selected. We were the only tribal government selected back in 2018, May of 2018. They also came out with adding tribes. We kept pushing this. We had been pushing this for a few years prior for tribes to be able to start operating as public aircraft operators, which may sound crazy that, you know, a lot of tribes use different types of aircraft for public operations, but for whatever it's worth, the FAA didn't recognize tribes to use that type of a waiver. So we were able to get that, and it was nice to see them add that into the 2018 Reauthorization Act. And then in 2020 is when the original integration pilot program sunset, and a new program called the Beyond program started in October of 2020. So we're almost 2 years into that. And what that is, a 4-year program, really looking at ways to continue the good work that was done under the integration pilot program to start getting more ubiquity with drones, carrying packages and flying beyond visual line of sight. Currently, regulations are flying up to 400 feet and flying within the visual line of sight of the pilot. This is a large, busy screen with a bunch of stuff on it. We made it for a Japanese automaker that came and visited. They liked lots of words and lots of pictures, and just kind of a good overview. And really, the most important thing to point out here is you can see this picture down here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this red outline, we bought a ranch at the end of 2013, about 44,615 acre ranch. It's about 25 miles long from one end to the other, and very remote. We call it conveniently remote because it's not too far from a couple of towns that have 20,000 plus people. And we started to use that area as testing a lot of our missions. We started to include all types of missions that I'll get into here in a little bit. And we started to install lots of infrastructure. So this being a conveniently remote area, we started to install ground-based radar systems and ADS-B to be able to track our traffic in the area. And I'll just couple pictures of our ground-based radar. It sits on top of what's called Bald Mountain, which is not really a mountain. It's about 1,200 feet, which is really just a large hill. But for Oklahoma, 1,200-foot hill is fairly large, and it gets a very good view shed. This is our ADS-B, so it tracks. This is just a picture of the flights that were in the air. The majority of those are all commercial flights, so if they've got ADS-B, they're transmitting out. And here in the middle where you see these 3 stations are where our ADS-B transceivers And so we're able to see traffic in the area and make sure that we don't interfere with that, but the majority of the traffic that's going anywhere near us is all commercial airliners, 30,000 foot and above. We started to roll out our vision even deeper and got some funding from Economic Development Administration and the USDA to start building out an operations center as well as a multi-purpose makerspace type facility. And we worked with NASA and other industry leaders to start to develop a conceptual master plan overview of what the next generation of a research, development, test, and evaluation type of aviation test bed would look like. And that's, for the most part, it's about 1.5 years old, and I think is going to stay the same. So this is the new rendering of our operations center that we hope to break ground on later this summer or early fall. That's being funded primarily from a grant that we got with EDA, Economic Development Administration, and that's where we're going to house all of our telemetry and operations center. And we're going to do a lot of STEM outreach and training and have our offices located. I kind of showed you how we're conveniently remote, just as situational awareness, you know, about 135 miles to Plano, Texas, 115 miles to Tulsa, 118 miles to Fort Smith, Arkansas, and then not too far from Oklahoma City Airport or the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. We see emerging technologies as an equalizer to the quality of life for rural and remote areas. Like some of you were very remote and like our quality of life. And this is a long overview by the National Rural Health Association that really just said that people that live in rural, remote areas are more at risk of dying because of not having access to easy to get medicine. For example, where our test range is located, it takes about 30 to 45 minutes for a ambulance to get to us, and so it's just quicker and easier if if we had some sort of a minor emergency and could use a drone for the helicopter or the drone to go and deliver a package. That could be something as simple as an EpiPen or snake bite venom, and all kinds of fun stuff. And we use this example as we see emerging aviation, especially with drones, as you've seen in the last two great presentations, the many use cases that are out there. It's really leapfrogging where we see going from a first world nation having lots of copper and having access to information to just one generation where you've got now this gentleman in the middle of Africa has the same amount of data, and actually more amount of information and data than the wealthiest, most knowledgeable person in the world in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And I'll touch on the state of Oklahoma is broken up into 7 different transportation divisions. And so we're for the most part, we're in District 2, and my colleague James Grimsley is actually the Oklahoma Department of Transportation Commissioner as well. So he gets to work on a lot of multi-mobility, not only on the ground transportation, but also in the air as well. And we see emerging technologies like aviation as being this equalizer, because we've got roads just like many of you, where we've got blind curves and no shoulders and are just very dangerous, or we've also got Highway 6975. That's a major corridor, but it's not a federal highway that is constantly needing to be updated and constantly has traffic running through it. And if there's a way that we could use drones or emerging aviation, flying taxis, what have you, to move people and goods and help to take traffic off of the roads, we see that as a great opportunity. So our predictions, we're seeing more activity in the near term with piloted crewed eVTOL systems, and eVTOL is electric vertical takeoff and landing systems. So these flying taxis that you hear about. And the reason for that is because there's a clear path to regulatory, and that being because there's a pilot on board that's able to see and avoid with their eyes, although technology, as we've seen in many of these presentations, technology is able to start catching up and actually doing a better job of what our eyes can see and do. And the next is really the regulatory path is much easier to be accommodated into the national airspace. With UAS, uncrewed air space systems, still is several years away, a few years away from being ubiquitous and being more expanded operations. And as you've seen this afternoon, there's a lot of great agriculture operations, a lot of really just starting to touch the tip of the iceberg. But as far as federal regulations, we're not able to fly beyond visual line of sight, and that's starting to hinder how far you can fly and how long you can fly. And there's several rulemaking efforts that is happening now, and it's got to be completed and finalized. We've also got the benefits of emerging aviation in rural and remote. Like I said, our ground transportation network is going to be increasingly more and more difficult and expensive to expand and sustain in the future. And infrastructure and expansions such as rural broadband, are accelerating. Ground transportation infrastructure is not. And so we see that as an opportunity as well. Democratization of electric vertical takeoff and landing can definitely benefit rural and remote areas. When, just the simple example I used of having a flying taxi or a drone coming out rather than a ambulance can get to our location much faster than driving. And also these systems are a lot easier and a lot more, they're a lot less expensive to take care of, as we're seeing. There's quite a ways to go to figure out what it looks like between using a fully electric or a hybrid electric aircraft, and what the maintenance on those look like versus what the maintenance looks like on combustion engines. Just a few of the missions that we've started to do and implement across the tribe. We've got large pecan groves, and so we've started to use drones in our pecan grove inspections, and has really helped that team to get a better view and look at what those are yielding. And we've also started to look at working with our forest fire team. We saw some presentations with some great imagery there. We've started to implement this with our forest fire team. These are controlled burns that we're starting to test and evaluate the systems and what information they are providing us, and just the situational awareness is leaps and bounds above what they were getting before. And so they see the huge benefit in that. Infrastructure inspection, a lot of times there's things that are missed. For example, when we have the teams that are out walking and looking up, or helicopters flying over, they're flying too fast, and they're from below, you're not able to see this, and the pictures and the imagery don't really show. But using a drone, you're able to see, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but you're able to see the wood rot that's going into this. And so this cross timber was at risk of failing pretty soon. We did some canned work with Intel Corporation, lost puppy hiding under a tree, just to show what the imagery was. That wasn't really lost, thankfully. It was just our ranch manager's dog that he uses to help herd cattle. And then you really got a good sense of the cattle, the heat signatures in the mountains. And so we're able to use those in our ranching operations as well to find our, if it's bison or cattle that's lost in some of these mountains. It's much easier to find than spending a couple of days on horseback or ATVs trying to go find that stuff. We've also started to use them in post-damage assessment. We've had flooding and tornadoes. Obviously, we're in Oklahoma and get a fair amount of our tornadoes and flooding, and have actually started to use drones to show the impact and show what kind of damage it has. We actually had a tornado, and these are pictures of the tornado in 2019. Here's another picture of it. And using these pictures, this imagery that we got, the national NOAA, they actually changed the category, I think from it was maybe an F1 or an F2 up to an F2 or an F3. I can't remember what now, but it's pretty neat to see the roads. It's hard to see that the roads were washed out, but we were able to get in and get some great pictures and imagery and send it back to them using the drones. We're also seeing a lot of interest from kids. We're starting to do a lot of STEM camps. We've started to reach out to the communities and town halls just to educate our tribal members and the community in Southeast Oklahoma and across the state and the region, just all of the stuff that we're doing and getting the kids excited. We look at this in generations. So we actually look at it 7 generations in the future, and we build sustainability for the kids and coding and esports and drones and all of this fun stuff. Implementing STEM programs from the FAA and NASA. They've got kind of off the shelf programs that you can implement and have really helped us roll that out. And so we even got to meet Bill Nye, the science guy, and he was really interested in the work we're doing. And our kids and our tribal leadership and tribal council are all excited about what the next generation of aviation drones and advanced air mobility and emerging technologies can do for us today and what it can do for our kids in the future. And I'll stop there and I'll say Yakokid, thank you, in Choctaw. That's our website and our email. And I'll leave it there. I think I saw a question or two, so let me switch over here. So let me go to, I'm gonna stop sharing, and I think I saw, go back over to the comments.
Thank you, Brian. Nathan has a question. Are there limitations on the systems such as DJI you can procure with federal funds?
So that's a great question. One of the things that we've noticed with DJI and with some of the other Chinese manufactured drones is the Department of Defense and the Department of Interior and a handful of the other federal agencies are starting to put a moratorium on funding those systems, primarily because they've found that these systems are transmitting that data and information back to servers based in China. And that became a problem, especially as you can imagine with the Department of Defense. And so they've started to put a moratorium on some of those. I don't know as far as funding, I'm not sure about that. We haven't gone after funding of drones. And because of some of the moratorium and because we've found out that some of this information was going back to China, we just went ahead ourselves. We do have a couple that we've purchased DJIs that we use, but we started to move away from that and going to other systems that we felt more comfortable with. I don't know if that answered the question. And my screen chat is not, okay, there it goes.
And it looks like Jeremy has a question. Would you like to unmute Jeremy?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so that was a good question, Nathan. And it kind of goes with what I was going to ask is we have the Cushioning Terminal and Storage Facility located within our jurisdiction here in Oklahoma. And if you're not familiar, it's one of the largest oil storage facilities in all of the Americas. And I've been participating in the Safety Alliance of Cushing meetings that includes oil producers, you know, us as tribe stakeholders, and also other federal agencies, and they've expressed concern about DJI data going straight back to China, China servers and such. So they also want to, if they haven't already, I know they're working towards either having a no-fly area or a restricted fly area over that facility and around, like a buffer zone around it. Well, that includes some of our monitoring locations, and we've already noticed some of our drones are affected when we get in some of our locations closer to the tank farm are being affected. So it says, like, you know, interference or signal, or like that they're like the signal's getting jammed or something. But my question is, if this no-fly zone or restricted fly zone is enacted, is there a way that, or would we reach out to the FFA or FAA to try to get an exemption so we could still conduct our own assessments to the area? Or do you have any advice on that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's all great questions. And yeah, for those outside of Oklahoma, yeah, Cushing is, you know, one of the biggest storage facilities in the world, where a lot of the pipelines come in. And yeah, Jeremy, no, great question. James Grimsley, who is our executive director, sits on a lot of those as well. And yeah, the National Security Council and the FBI and everyone has asked a lot of questions about that specifically, not only just in Cushing, but for several of critical infrastructure assets across the United States. And they're starting to look more at what's called counter UAS. And so the Department of Transportation and FBI and DHS and a lot of the federal agencies are starting to get into looking at counter UAS. And I think to answer your question, one, who to talk to, yes, definitely the FAA. You can start with the regional administrator would probably point you to the main contact. We're in the Southwest region, so they're based in Fort Worth, and going after a waiver or exemption shouldn't be a problem, you know, as long as the missions and the CONOPS and everything are spelled out specifically. But when it starts to get near critical infrastructure, that's where a lot of the rub is, and that's where they're still trying to figure out what does that look like, right? If you're flying over critical infrastructure like a nuclear plant or you know, big storage, oil and gas storage facility, or even a football game or a baseball game, or about, you know, something where there's a lot of people or there's critical infrastructure, and there's a lot of these entities that are starting to implement these things. And when it comes to jamming, that's where the FCC also has to get involved too. So the FAA and the FCC, in order to start putting a lot of this information in and putting the jamming in, they've got to work together, and federal agencies, just like the rest of everyone. It seems to be that, you know, they've got their own problems that they're working with and trying to address some of these. They're starting to work on that. In fact, I know our executive director, James Grimsley, was in a meeting, and Jeremy, you may have been there, where that question was asked. And it's, you know, it's like, who do you call if, you know, if there's someone flying in the area? Because from what I understand, in Cushing, for example, there's a gentleman that has, and you may know, that has land right next to where all of these tanks are, and he's able to fly a drone up into the air illegally and measure what a lot of the tanks are holding, and put out daily a report on what they're holding, and able to use that. And it's like, okay, well, who do you call? And, you know, the FBI and DHS and the local county sheriff's office and even the FAA said, look, you know, it's not breaking any law, but I think a lot of the oil and gas producers were like, well, that's our confidential information that this person is looking at and then selling and making money on. So I know that's kind of a long gray answer. All great questions. And I don't know if I answered or helped at all.
No, you did, but it just kind of confirmed it's going to be the can of worms that I anticipate it to be, because it's not so much flying directly over the facility that's, we're being affected by even flying on adjacent streams when we use our drones to expand our reach. And so I'm just trying to just kind of get a game plan. And so, yeah, so the regional administrator of the Southwest region in Fort Worth. So I'll start there. So thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Nathan, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, hey, Nathan.
Yeah, just something to kind of consider too. I think that's a really important part of this whole equation here is really increasing coordination amongst groups that are interested in the same sort of challenges. I think as tribal nations, a major challenge that we face is that we want to make sure that we maintain control of the data sovereignty for the nations that we represent and are part of. And the drone at the end of the day is like a tractor. The data that comes off these systems are the real valuable parts of it, and that's something I feel like is a great area for tribal nations to coordinate around, is to have some sort of system of practice or unified approach to help understand how to maintain these sort of very vital cultural heritage sites or even energy sites. Increasingly, these things will become really valuable tools for any types of negotiations. So, for example, up here on CCT, we've really had a lot of really severe forest fires in the region. And that has really impacted our ability to provide commercial timber as a part of our revenue as a tribe. Mapping and monitoring those recoveries is important for us to understand where our forestry stocks are going. But also the challenge there is that if we have other parties accessible to that information, it could make negotiating prices challenging based on our current inventory. So the data, like in the security around that data is really critical. And that was sort of why I wanted to ask that question about DJI. It's a really sticky one, and I know that nobody's really comfortable with like pinning down a clear answer on that. But it does seem like the federal government is trending towards looking at either developing or supporting domestic production or allied production in other countries. So I just feel like that's an important thing to note, is like, while it is the most accessible technology, and I think DJI represents something like 70 to 80% of the drone market today, if you really want to do enterprise level work or things that are going to be a key piece of your infrastructure, I think it's important to look at alternative tools to those platforms.
Yeah, absolutely, Nathan. No, that's a great point. And then I think, could you share a link in here? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that Palo Verde story was just super fascinating. So that's a large power plant, a nuclear facility outside of Phoenix, Arizona. And in 2020, in July of 2020, the article goes into much more detail. But there was a couple nights in a row where there was a group of 3 drones that flew over right at that 200, 300 foot altitude, which is a really great altitude for LiDAR. And so, you can just kind of see like some of these discussions here, people are looking at how to use these tools, obviously for the benefit in what we're considering. But if you're looking at really high energy or you have a lot of resources, it's something to definitely be aware of, that these tools could also be used to create complications for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had a meeting with the chief technology officer at the Oklahoma Department of Corrections last week, and he said that they're able to see drones that come into the area occasionally, but they don't have any good system to monitor, like at night, if there's a drone coming and dropping stuff off. He said, I feel like we're probably, if we're seeing one, then we're probably only seeing about 10% of what's really coming into our airspace and over our prisons, and that's a problem for us. And so we're going to start a pilot program with them to figure out, okay, it may just be something as simple as, hey, there's a drone coming in and on the west side, and going and putting an officer over there, because there are limitations of how far they can fly. And if someone sees, oh, there's an officer that's looking at me right now and walking towards me, oh, I'm going to go ahead and take my drone and drive off. But yeah, there's still a lot that needs to be worked out, and there's there's a lot of great, wonderful benefits for drones, as you guys have seen and we've talked about this afternoon. But there's also some other areas that, as Nathan and Jeremy pointed out, there are critical infrastructure, and there's some things that that are starting to happen where those entities and organizations are starting to jam and do some counter UAS. But then for those of us who live or operate or work right next to those, if we're needing to use drones for our everyday lives, package delivery, or LiDAR, or photogrammetry, or looking at our crops, or whatever it happens to be, that all of a sudden becomes a problem if our communications are lost. We've got lost links, and we've got lost video, and all of that other fun stuff that poses a problem for us who are tribal nations and rely on our crops and a lot of the stuff, our commerce to survive and prosper. Great questions. Jeremy, Nathan, I think both of your hands are still up. I don't know if you had more questions or more thoughts, or if those were up from the last. Let's see. Jeremy, I think is that another Cimarron Correctional Facility? Okay, so Jeremy said, yeah, the Cimarron Correctional Facility, close proximity to the tank farm, and have been several news reports in the list several years dropping contraband inside the fences. Yeah, and they may also use that to justify the buffer even further, which would hinder your monitoring. Yep, absolutely. No, I think it's a good use case, Jeremy, to figure out where your airspace ends and starts, and where theirs ends and starts, and that'd be interesting. I think I shared my. I'll go back and share my slide just real quick, and you can certainly reach out to me. I'd love to know more and connect. And if anyone else, of course, our website, and then if you email uas@choctawnation.com, that'll go to myself as well as our executive director, James Grimsley. And we've got our aviation operations manager, a gentleman named Mark Hartman, that came to us from Oklahoma State University. He was their UAS coordinator, been with us now for about a year and a half. That email uas@choctawnation.com will go to the three of us, and we can help and would love to work with you all more and share information and use cases and lots of fun and exciting things that we're doing. And I know that you guys are working on a lot of fun, exciting things that we'd love to learn about as well. Any other questions? So, Jeremy, I see your hand up. I don't know if that's from earlier or if that's okay. Copy that. It went away. Go back to the chat. All right.
See any other questions? Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Ashley. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. This is Sean. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the conference for today. I just wanted to take a minute here to thank all the participants for sitting in on the 12 sessions that we've had over the last 2 weeks. I want especially to thank all the presenters for your time and effort on this. I've worked here a long time. It never ceases to amaze me the energy and the knowledge and the participation that we have in Indian Country on a lot of the environmental topics. I learn something new every year, and this year was no exception. I thought the conference was exceptional this year. If you need any of the presentations, feel free to contact me, Dream, or Ashley. We've recorded the sessions. We should be able to get the session to you that you would want to hear. Just contact us by email and we can get you that. Also, it's not too late to be thinking about the ITEC conference for next year. We hope to have it in person. If you have an idea of something that you might want to have presented on, or if you actually want to present, call us before I contact you and ask you to be on the panel for next year. That way you'll get to speak on exactly what you want. So that's just a bug in your ear. We're going to try to have it in person next year. So with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up the conference for this year. And again, thank you to everybody that participated. And we'll see you hopefully in person next year. Thanks.
Great job, everyone. Thanks. Take care. Bye.